Hi everyone, welcome back to the Caistrology channel, and if you're new here, welcome. My name is Kaylin and today we're going to be going through your February 2026 astrological forecast. So I'll be making predictions, I should say, for all 12 zodiac signs. You can watch for your ascendant, sun, or moon sign. I do recommend watching all three, but if you've only got time for one today, then I would start off with your rising sign, also known as your ascendant sign. So we will be beginning with Aries and ending with Pisces. After this live stream airs, I'll be putting up timestamps in the description box below. So this is a tropical Western astrological reading, and I'm also on Instagram and Facebook. I post regular updates there in terms of what's happening astrologically speaking, as well as some tarot content. So before we get into Aries, I just wanted to give you the lay of the land. The first 2 weeks of February, we are still rounding out our Saturn in Pisces cycle. So this will be concluding a 3-year transit that started in March 2023, but it'll be ending a greater cycle, so a nearly 30-year cycle. Okay, because that's how long Saturn takes to transit through all 12 zodiac signs. On top of that, we've got a new moon solar eclipse happening in the sign of Aquarius, and we're also going to have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction happening later in the month. So that will be in Aries. This is extremely rare. This is the most important conjunction that is happening, or the most important astrological activity, I should say, that is occurring for all of 2026. So if you were only going to watch one horoscope for the 12 months of the year, let it be the February horoscope. Now, like I said, this only happens every 35 to 36 years. Our last Saturn-Neptune conjunction was in 1989. That happened 3 times in the sign of Capricorn, but it's actually been over 300 years since our last one in Aries. So is this a big deal? Yes, it is a big deal. Okay, so did I mention the Mercury retrograde? Yes, we'll be closing out the month with a Mercury retrograde in the sign of Pisces as well. So I'll be putting timestamps up in the description box below once this live stream airs, if I didn't already mention that. But of course, let's begin, as we always do, with Aries. Hi Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. You guys are the talk of the town for February because your sign, more than any other sign, is going to be impacted by the astrology of February. So we'll start from the top though. On the 1st or the 2nd of February, depending where you live in the world, we will have a full moon in Leo at 13 degrees, and this will be taking place in your 5th house. So let me chuck that up on the screen. Where's the full moon? There it is. Okay. So the full moon is occurring in your 5th house, which means that it is trining you as an Aries sun, moon, or rising. As you can see from the graph that I've got up here, there's a lot of activity in Aquarius. So not only is the moon opposite the sun, as we always see in a full moon, it is also opposite Pluto and Mars and Venus, as well as Mercury. So there's a lot of tension between your 5th house and your 11th house, which is going to be playing out on the axes of you as an individual, creative output, being your most authentic self, and maybe having to go against the grain, whether that is to do with your friendship circle, your wider network, or perhaps you're taking a bit of a risk in terms of some sort of creative project that you're getting ready to release. Okay, so the 5th house is related to children as well as love, sex, and romance. So the full moon in your 5th house, for some of you, could indicate that if you have children, maybe there's an important development that is happening in their life. Okay, maybe you're finding that they are rebelling a little bit or taking a bit of a risk. Now, some of you may be getting pregnant. Obviously, this is a general reading, and that is only going to be for a select few of you, so just take it if it resonates. On a different note though, because the fifth house is very much related to fun, entertainment, performance, as well as our hobbies and passions. You may find that you are exploring a hobby of yours or something that you're very passionate about. Maybe there'll be an opportunity for you to deliver some kind of performance. So that could be athletic, that could be acting, that could be in a musical, or public speaking, or even like a political speech. Okay, so the fifth house is also connected to politics. On a different note, this could see you concluding some kind of creative project. So that could be a creative writing piece, or a film that you're producing. And of course, the fifth house is also related to owning our own business. So maybe you are launching a new business, or this could be a new product or a new service that is available or on offer. I guess lastly on that note, there is the possibility that some of you may be closing down a business, okay, selling it off, walking away from it, or maybe it's sort of transmogrifying into something else. Okay, so that's the full moon in Leo for you in your fifth house. So just moving along, on the 7th of February, Mercury is going to enter the sign of Pisces. So we are going to talk about this a bit more at the end of the horoscope once Mercury goes retrograde, but I'm just flagging it to you because Mercury will spend literally over 2 months in Pisces in your 12th house. So that's until the 14th of April. The reason it's so long is because there is a cheeky Mercury retrograde in there. Okay, so as of the 7th of February, this is where we start to see there being less and less pressure in your 11th house, as we've got a whole bunch of planets in the 11th house in Aquarius slowly moving into, or gradually moving into, your 12th house. Okay, so on the 10th of February, Venus is going to enter Pisces. Venus is exalted in Pisces, so Venus will be transiting your 12th house until the 5th of March. Long story short, with both Mercury and Venus here in your 12th house, there can be a really big focus on slowing down. Not like, that's not what most Aries like to hear, but you know, it's par for the course. So you may just want to spend more time working on creative projects, working on things behind the scenes, maybe doing research. Okay, so it is a time for going inward. Maybe you're going to be focusing more on things like yoga, meditation, occult and esoteric practices and research. Okay, so on the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, we're going to have Saturn enter the sign of Aries. Now, I actually did put out a Saturn in Aries video last year. Each sign has 10 to 15 minutes worth of predictions, so I do recommend that you go ahead and watch that. Basically, Aries, this is a new 3-year transit. So it officially started in late May of 2025, but the dates for going forward are the 13th of February through till the 12th of April. Okay, so pretty much about 2 years starting in February. And not only that, this is a new 29.5-year cycle. So with Saturn going through your first house, there's going to be enormous focus on you being disciplined, structured, and methodical about any goals that you have, any big dreams that you want to achieve. Okay, so Saturn going through your sign, if you are a Aries, if you're an Aries rising or an Aries ascendant, can indicate that you are going to become a lot more serious about your path in life, about your health, about your physical body. Maybe there's something that you really want to achieve, so you can be putting in the foundational work pretty much from February onwards to achieve something, and the results may not be yielded until 2028, if not longer. And we will touch on the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. And if you're an Aries sun, then this can be a new project that you're working on as it relates to your career, maybe wanting to change careers or start your own business. If you're an Aries moon, okay, then this can be a big focus on family for you or property in your living situation. All right, but do go ahead and watch the Saturn in Aries video, which is in the description, because like I said, there's a good 10 to 15 minutes of predictions for your sign. On the 17th of February, we're going to have a new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius in your 11th house at 28 degrees. So the 11th house relates to your long-term goals for the future, big projects that you want to work on, maybe these like complicated projects, or it involves a lot of moving parts. So there can be some sort of initiative that is starting or being born around February. Okay, so with the eclipses, we've got one in February and one in March. They'll be 2 weeks apart. The next one will be in Pisces. But even now, as I'm filming this, which is the end of January, we're very much in the energy of eclipse season, which means that sleep can be disturbed, faded events and happenings can occur. There can be exciting opportunities that come your way. Eclipses are known to be associated with faded events and things that are quite out of our control. In my experience, sometimes we are the eclipse that happens to another person. Just realized I forgot to put it up on the screen. There we go. Okay, so you can take a good look at that there. So this eclipse will be in your 11th house. We've also got Mars, which is your chart ruler, that is involved with the eclipse. So that can mean that you have a little bit more agency over what happens here, or it can just be that it's involving you directly. Okay, so new moon solar eclipses are all about a new chapter that's on steroids. It's super amped, right? So like I said, it can be a new long-term goal, a new big project that you're working on. Maybe this is going to be you getting investors on board for something that you're looking to release or to develop. The 11th house is also associated with things like government grants and scholarships. So that's where we get it coming under the umbrella term of investors. So if you're looking to raise money, if you're needing funds for an important work project or a personal project or goal, then this can be coming through for you. Okay, or maybe it's like the initial point, right? So you won't be getting all of the pieces of the puzzle. This is like the catalyst for basically the next several months as far as eclipses go. The 11th house is also associated with one's wider network, friendship circle, community. All right, so this could indicate that you're going to be expanding your wider network. Maybe there's an invitation to join some kind of community or group. Maybe you're looking at launching a new membership, or you're going to be, like entering into some kind of subscription or membership, which will be really life-changing. So maybe this is to do with, wealth management, project management, like upskilling in some way. On a different note, the 11th house is also associated with human rights and activism. So this could indicate that you're really being guided, or you just feel a really strong urge to pursue something in the way of human rights, activism, certain causes that are close to your heart. And maybe this is something completely new, right? Maybe this is just coming online for the first time with this new moon solar eclipse. Okay, so lastly, the 11th house is associated with things like innovations, inventions, tech, and social media. So a new moon solar eclipse here could indicate that you're maybe wanting to innovate something new, invent something new, and you get the download, because Aquarius energy is like, boom, all of a sudden I have like the whole blueprint or template for whatever it is that I want to create. All right, so others of you may want to launch a new social media page. Maybe that's a YouTube account or what have you. The 11th house is associated with things like awards and accolades. So maybe you're going to be nominated for some sort of prestigious award, or perhaps you'll be throwing your hat in the ring. Okay, so with the 11th house, it rules over passive forms of income, so rents, royalties, dividends, and so on, and even subscriptions, like if you're launching a subscription or a membership program for something. Alrighty, so this is just a little taste of what could be coming through with the new moon solar eclipse in your 11th house. All right, so Pisces season starts on the 18th or 19th of February, depending where you live in the world. It's not a big deal, but I just thought it would be worth mentioning it. What is a big deal is the next day, Aries, on the 20th or the 21st of February, we're going to have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. So if you watched my intro, you'll know that this only happens once every 35 to 36 years. We haven't seen this conjunction occur in your sign in Aries since the year 1703. And the last conjunction that we had was in Capricorn in 1989. So gosh, what can one even say here? There's so much to say, and honestly, I'm not going to be able to talk about all the different variables, Aries. So let me preface this by encouraging you once again to go ahead and watch my Saturn in Aries video plus my Neptune in Aries video, because that'll give you a really solid understanding of what to expect over the next several years. In terms of understanding this one in this forecast, Neptune rules over dreams, fantasy, spirituality, our imagination, and also things like divine inspiration. And Saturn is all about foundations, disciplined structure, healthy boundaries, having a good work ethic, being of service, and really adhering to your high-level responsibilities. So this Saturn-Neptune conjunction occurring in your first house can indicate that you're ready to ground a dream that you've had, whether it's a long-held dream or something that's maybe new for you, and it's like you're ready to ground that into reality. Certainly over the next 2 years, while Saturn is in Aries, this is where you're doing your foundational work, your structural work. If you're an Aries rising, this will be more impactful than if you are an Aries sun or moon. However, anyone who's Aries at 0 degrees or even 0 to 3 degrees will feel it like super intense. But in any case, this can see you wanting to pursue a career, and maybe this career is in something Neptunian in nature. Maybe it's to do with healing other people, the arts, psychology, therapy, or something to do with music, acting, film, photography. Neptune also rules over like all kinds of medicine, hospitals. So maybe you have a dream for building something that is going to be part of your legacy, that is long lasting, that is going to better support the medical industry, even if it's alternative healing. You know, I'm not here to say what it is or what it isn't. Ultimately, you're getting ready to pursue your dreams. Okay, so Neptune has this energy of it's like making things murky. Okay, so Saturn says, I want the details. I want to know where I'm crossing my T's and dotting my I's, what's steps 1 through 100. And Neptune's like, just follow your inspiration. So in the month of February, you may feel like you don't even know what you're beginning. Maybe you're not even fully aware of this dream. It could actually sneak up on you where you're like, oh, I met this person, or I joined this organization, and you don't realize the impact of what's happening in February until months or even years down the track. So Aries, don't expect crash, bang, boom in the middle of the month, because it may not work like that. But just know that you're entering a new chapter, a new era of your life. I promise you. If you have no idea what it is or how it's playing out in February, don't worry about it. Neptune's got you. You'll figure it out. It'll become a lot more clear in the coming months. Okay, so there's definitely other industries that this could be indicating or highlighting here. You know, anything to do with government, long-standing establishments, positions of power, positions of leadership. You could be working in an industry that is all to do with like building, construction, scaffolding, making prototypes, engineering. You know, Saturn and Neptune do go hand in hand together with those things, but it's like Neptune is the inspiration of what I want to create, what I want to build, and Saturn is like, okay, now I'm going to go ahead and do it. Alrighty, so let's keep moving, Aries. On the 26th of February, Mercury is going to station retrograde in the sign of Pisces, and this will be at 22 degrees in your 12th house. It will be retrograde until the 20th or the 21st of March, depending where you live in the world. So that's 22 degrees back through till 8 degrees. So Mercury retrograde here can see you overcoming things that have been getting in your way, and you know, that's you getting out of your own way, because the 12th house is very much to do with self-sabotage, addictions, having a savior victim complex, escapism, and so on and so forth. So Mercury retrograde here plus Venus and the Sun and the North Node here, it's asking you to go deep when it comes to helping yourself, right? That can be with a therapist or a psychologist. That can be your own psychological introspection, dream analysis, going deeper with anything to do with spirituality, esotericism, yoga, meditation, music, maybe attending a retreat, okay, or picking up a former creative project, artistic project. Maybe that's music, maybe that's something else, but ultimately you're going to be able to release things that have been blocking you. Okay, so the last few days of February, the last 3 days are pretty jam-packed. You know, on the next day, on the 27th, we've got the Sun North Node conjunction. So this can be like taking a risk when it comes to something creative, something artistic in nature, maybe having a really profound experience when it comes to meditation, healing, things like past life regressions, working with hypnotherapists, and so on and so forth. So also on the 27th, we've got Mars in Aquarius in your 11th house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 2nd house. So because we've got this occurring in between the Mercury retrograde and also Mercury conjunct Venus, it's almost like there's a risk you're being guided to take, but it's sandwiched between all of this like healing positive energy. Okay, so long story short, these are your two money houses, or two of your three money houses. So you may feel like there's some kind of discrepancy between your long-term goals and dreams and your current financial situation, or your situation with your personal income and resources. This could be unexpected expenses that come out of nowhere, or perhaps a disagreement with an older sibling or someone in your wider network. Okay, and it can be over values, it can be over money, finances, resources, and so on and so forth. I actually get a positive sort of feeling about this Mars in Aquarius square Uranus in Taurus aspect, because at the time we've got all of these planets in Pisces trining Jupiter in Cancer. So it could indicate that you are cutting something out of your diet that no longer needs to be there, or just making really positive steps in the right direction when it comes to wealth management and resource management. Okay, so lastly for the month, on the 28th, we've got Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus in Pisces at 22 degrees in your 12th house. So this is the perfect time to pick an old creative project back up, to make tweaks, to revise things, to collaborate with other people on an artistic project. And it's also a fantastic time for you to go deeper with any form of spiritual practice, whether that is meditation, prayer, yoga, and of course a whole host of other ones as well. So Aries, that's all I have for you for February. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm now going to transition into Taurus, so take care for now. Hi Taurus, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your February 2026 astrological forecast. So you can watch this if you are a Taurus, Sun, Moon or Rising like me. I'm a Taurus Sun. Let's get started, shall we? So on the 1st or 2nd of February, depending where you live in the world, we are going to have a full moon in Leo in your 4th house at 13 degrees. So I'll chuck that up on the screen. Okay, so when we have full moons in our 1st, 4th, 7th, 10th houses, or new moons, or even transits to the 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th, they tend to be more felt, more impactful, more tangible. Okay, so as you can see, this particular full moon is opposing Pluto and Mars and Venus and Mercury. Of course, Venus is your chart ruling planet, so that means that this really is having a big impact on you. So ultimately, this particular full moon is going to entail some kind of unpredictable element, some kind of shock, or something that you need to respond to really quickly. Why? It's because it's occurring at 13 degrees, which is the Aries degree. Okay, so that just naturally has that fast-paced energy baked into the cake, not to mention it's also opposite Mars as well. So there's some sort of urgency or speed that, you need to respond with here. So this can indicate that you're maybe deciding that you want to abruptly break your lease, evict your tenants, relocate, buy, sell, invest in a property, even if you're not planning to live in that property. Maybe it's an Airbnb, or it can be like an emergency renovation, okay, something happening with like the power, electricity, and just things breaking down, maybe requiring an electrician. So it doesn't have to be as dramatic as all of a sudden you want to, relocate halfway across the country or the other side of the world. It could just be like, oh, there's an acute situation that I need to attend to. You will be well placed, Taurus, to just secure your belongings around at least the first few days of the month, even between now, the 29th of January, and the 3rd, 4th, 5th of the month. So making sure that you're locking your car, not leaving valuables in your car. Like if you've got a garage, then parking your vehicles in there, making sure that you lock the doors. Okay, so I'm not trying to freak anyone out. Like I said, I'm a Taurus, but to be forewarned is to be forearmed. On a different note, this can play out on the level of family dynamics or people that you live with, right? So there could be some tension that is running high in the house. Don't be surprised if there's an unexpected disagreement or conflict that occurs. It doesn't have to be like a game changer, it could just be someone lashing out a little bit. So just know that people's tempers are more easily triggered with this particular full moon in your 4th house. On a different level, this also indicates your family dynamics, right? So your relationship with your parents or with your children, and there could be some sort of unexpected conversation that occurs, or even just like an insight that you have and you're like, wow, I think I don't want to be involved in these conversations anymore. I'm going to see myself out of being the middle person. Maybe this is like an eruption that leads to setting an important boundary on a different level. And this is more like internal. The 4th house is very much your inner world, your emotional world. And the full moon in the 4th house can be like, oh my God, I'm ready to shed this old skin. I'm doing an energetic detox. Maybe you do a really powerful meditation, or you have some sort of healing experience that allows you to let go of old childhood stuff, old childhood wounds, and that allows you to put yourself out there and become more visible. Okay, Taurus. So moving along, on the 4th of February, Uranus will station direct in Taurus at 27 degrees in your 1st house. I'm not mentioning this for all of the signs. it's just, as a Taurus, why not? This can indicate that there's a sudden insight or clarity that comes through for you. And I actually believe that things will be less chaotic. Like, you will feel more grounded. Maybe your nervous system will start to calm down, probably more so towards the end of February, because we've still got a lot happening in Aquarius that's squaring you. But ultimately, this is the last run. We're only like less than 3 months out of the end of this Uranus in Taurus transit, which began in May 2018. Okay, so on the 7th, Mercury is going to enter the sign of Pisces. So Mercury will be transiting your 11th house, and the pre-shadow period will begin on the 18th of February, because we do have a Mercury retrograde, which will start later in the month, like right at the end of the month. Alrighty, so on the 10th of February, Venus, which is your chart ruler, is going to enter Pisces as well. Venus is exalted in the sign of Pisces, whereas Mercury is in detriment and fall. Okay, so Venus is really supporting Mercury here in your 11th house. In any case, things are just going to start to get easier from the 10th onwards, just because we don't have as many planets squaring you from the 10th house. So Mercury and Venus are sextiling you in the 11th house. This indicates that there's a big focus on your friends, your wider network, your long-term goals and dreams, and maybe being more recognized, maybe receiving some sort of recognition or some sort of award, right? So on the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, Saturn is going to enter Aries. So it will start transiting your 12th house. This is a 3-year transit, which began actually late May in 2025, and now we're picking up where we left off. So we've got basically 2 years starting from mid-February. Okay, so I'm not going to go into it in this forecast, just because I've already put out a whole video on it where each sign gets 10 to 12 minutes worth of predictions, and I've got a link in my description box below if you have that. So if you have the time to watch that. All right, and yeah, thanks to everyone who's here in the chat. We've got someone saying, I hate the Mercury in detriment language. Mercury is a mystic in Pisces. Yes, it is a mystic in Pisces. And, every planet is going to have its pros and cons in terms of when it's transiting a sign. But it would be foolish not to acknowledge that Mercury has a hard time in Pisces, but I am anticipating that this is going to play out on a very creative and artistic level, especially for Taurians. Okay, so on the 17th, we've got the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius in your 10th house at 28 degrees. So this is the first eclipse that we're having in Aquarius. We haven't had eclipses in Aquarius for about 8 or 9 years. And a new moon solar eclipse indicates a new chapter, but on steroids. All right, so this is to do with your public profile, your reputation, your status, but it's something new. So you're going to be very visible during this period of time. And oops, I forgot to put it up on the screen. There we go. So this can indicate that there's maybe an opportunity for you to receive a promotion, to become a leader, to become a voice for your industry or for some sort of cause that is close to your heart and important to you. This may be the point at which you are becoming a person of influence in your chosen industry. And even if you're not currently employed or you're not looking to be employed, maybe you work for a non-for-profit, or maybe you're a volunteer, right? This can be an opportunity for you to really step up to the plate. On a different level, the 10th house, it's all about your legacy, okay, and your public reputation, your public self. So this solar eclipse in your 10th house can be like you deciding who you want to be, what you want to stand for, giving your public profile a facelift in some way. Yes, you could be stepping into a new industry altogether. Maybe you are launching your own business. On a different note, the 10th house is all about your official status. So that can be employment, property ownership, relationship status, and even, government status. Okay, so for example, unemployed or employed, on benefits, in a relationship, not in a relationship, married, divorced, etc. Homeowner, whether that's owner, occupier, or investor, and becoming a permanent residency or a citizen of another country. Okay, so this is like the beginning phases of that. All right, so this is not you having everything all done. It's like the seed that's being planted, or the invitation for that. Okay, so on the 18th or 19th, we've got Pisces season beginning, and that will indicate that we've now got this real shift into your 11th house. So we've got Mercury, Venus, and the Sun all in your 11th house, all supporting you here. Okay, in terms of the sextile, and this can see you being really community focused, very proactive when it comes to your long-term goals and dreams, and so on and so forth. So let's just take that off the screen there. On the 20th or the 21st of February, depending where you live in the world, we've got the Saturn-Neptune conjunction occurring at 0 degrees in Aries in your 12th house. So this is a new 36-year cycle that is commencing. The last time we had a Saturn-Neptune conjunction was in 1989, but we haven't had one in the sign of Aries since the year 1703. Okay, so for you, this is in one of the hidden houses in astrology, but that doesn't mean that nothing is occurring. Okay, the 12th house is already Neptunian in nature, so this can indicate that there's going to be a new chapter that is playing out for you as it relates to spirituality, as it relates to esotericism, creative output, your divine inspiration. This is also relating to music and the arts, psychology, things like spiritual retreats, acting, filmography, modeling, the hotel industry. There's so many different ways that this can play out, but ultimately Saturn is asking you to be disciplined, be structured, be organized. Okay, so this can see you wanting to have a really serious spiritual discipline. This can be with your yoga practice. This can be with meditation. This can be with prayer. This can be with your creative output. So if you are an artist, if you're a musician, maybe you're like, you know what, I want to create my life's work, and I know I need to put in the hard yards. I need to get my ducks in a row. Neptune is already in Aries, by the way, right? So as I'm filming this now, it's 29th of January, Neptune's already here in your 12th house. So the divine inspiration is coming. Your dreams, your fantasies, what you're imagining, what you want to create, this is what's going to be unfolding over the course of the next few years. But something is definitely being seeded in February, but it could be that you don't even realize how important that is, whether that's meeting a new person, whether that is some sort of new spiritual practice or some dream that's like artistic or creative in nature, and it's like you don't know how far this is going to take you. You can't know yet, because 0 degrees of Aries is like the raw beginning. It's raw potential, and we don't know where that's going to take us as Taurians. All we know is that Saturn is going to help us ground that into reality, and Saturn is going to ask of you that you have healthy boundaries, an amazing work ethic, that you're disciplined, that you're structured, and that whatever you're creating, whatever you're pursuing is of service. It's helping people, it's helping the collective, it's helping someone beyond yourself. Okay, so if there's been a lot of confusion, and I dare say there has been, like for me as a Taurus sun, I can speak on that front. Saturn and Neptune in the 11th house actually slowed us down with our big goals and dreams for the future. And Neptune could have created some confusion. What do I even want to do? What is this for? And now both of these planets in Aries is like, okay, it's go-go time. Let's be serious about our long-term, about what we want to create, about what legacy we want to leave behind, right? So on the 26th of February, Mercury will station retrograde in Pisces in your 11th house. So this will be from 22 degrees to 8 degrees. And I'm a double Mercury person. I'm a Gemini rising. I'm a Virgo moon, and a Mercury retrograde's difficult sometimes. In my experience, the most difficult, quote unquote, Mercury retrogrades are in Pisces and in Virgo, and even in Gemini to an extent. But ultimately, this is positive because Mercury retrograde in the 11th house is helping you to revise your long-term goals and dreams, refine them, okay, dig deeper into projects, actually complete old projects that had just fallen by the wayside. So Mercury can help you to pick these back up. It can help you to try even harder for that government grant, that scholarship, that investor coming on board, digging deeper when it comes to human rights, activism, things that you are passionate about. This can see you tidying up your social media presence and platform. And also if you're working on some sort of innovation or invention, then the Mercury retrograde together with the Sun and the North Node and Venus can help you to take those risks, beautify it, and hopefully have some sort of finished product by late March. Okay, so on a different note, there may be some change or movement as it relates to passive forms of income. So think rents, royalties, dividends, and so on and so forth. So you may be adjusting the rent that you are charging. Maybe there's a fluctuation in dividends that you're receiving or rent money. This is a time where money that's owed to you can come back. Okay, so we do love to see that as Taurians. The next day, the Sun will conjunct the North Node in Pisces, and it's interesting, with the Moonseek app, it said 8 degrees and 58 minutes, but with Astro Gold, it said 9 degrees and 6 minutes. In any case, it's in your 11th house around 8 or 9 degrees. So this can see you wanting to take a risk. This can see you having access to a new community, or maybe you're looking at launching a new membership or subscription program. Or maybe meeting someone who's going to be very influential in terms of your social network going forward. Okay, so nearly at the end here for you guys, Taurus, on the 27th, same day, Mars in Aquarius in your 10th house is going to square Uranus in Taurus in your first house at 27 degrees. So this can indicate that you're ready to take a risk with your career. Maybe your boss or someone who's like a superior to you is challenging you to step up to the plate, telling you should put your hand up for a promotion or a position of leadership. This can see some of you just taking a bit of a risk in terms of your public profile, how you are presenting. And for others of you, maybe this is just an act of, it's like a leap of faith is actually what I wanted to say, because Mars and Uranus, they're similar in the way that they just want to like get up and go and take a risk. And so this can see you wanting to make some sort of dramatic or drastic change to the path that you're on in life, or even to your appearance, given that it is in your first house. Okay, so last day of the month, 28th of February, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Venus in Pisces at 22 degrees in your 11th house. So coming full circle to what I was saying before, this is all about you being inspired to pursue your long-term goals and dreams, to work on projects, especially of a creative nature. Maybe there'll be like a reunion of friends or co-workers, or you are just like refining what you're putting out in terms of social media, social online content, or maybe even making a significant change to something that you're wanting to create or innovate or invent. Okay, Taurus, that's all I have for you for your February horoscope. If you enjoyed this reading, please do me a favor and give it a thumbs up. And I'm also on Instagram and Facebook if you want to see more content from me there. Thank you so much. And now let's move on to Gemini. Hi, Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Risings. Welcome to your February 2026 horoscope. So, this is a big month for us Geminis because, of course, we have Saturn finally finishing up its transit through Pisces, through our 10th house, plus a Mercury retrograde. So, I do like to run in chronological order. First of all, we've got a full moon in Leo on the 1st or the 2nd of February, depending where you live in the world. So that will be occurring at 13 degrees in your 3rd house. So this one will be sextiling you, which I'm quite a fan of. I've got the full moon chart up on the screen for you to take a look at there. Ultimately, the 3rd house is associated with communications of all kinds. It is one of the houses that rules over contracts and agreements. And 13 degrees is the Aries degree, so this can be breaking a contract or taking a bit of a risk with a contract. So on a different note, this can be the end of a course that you've been completing or looking to complete, trying to finish up. Maybe you're receiving some kind of diploma or qualification, certification, certificate, and so on and so forth. This can be you completing a project, if I didn't say that already, or a really important meeting that is taking place. Maybe it's like a monthly meeting, or you're reviewing something at work. On a different note, you will just have to be extra careful when it comes to vehicles, if you own vehicles, public transport, etc. And the reason I say that is because 13 degrees, like I said, is the Aries degree. So that can lead to, bingles and prangs and accidents. So be more mindful. I'm a Gemini rising too, so I'm not trying to freak you out. I'm just trying to make you more aware that there's just a lot of tension here. If you see that full moon, it is opposite Pluto and Mars and Venus and Mercury all in Aquarius. Okay, so you'll just have to be more mindful of such things. This gives kind of like Mercury retrograde vibes, even though the retrograde hasn't occurred yet. So just be careful if you're sending out important emails or texts that they are going to the right people. This could be a time where you have a really significant mindset shift, right? So it could be that you listen to a podcast or you watch a documentary that's a bit of a game changer for you, and it could really shift things on a fundamental level in terms of how you think, or even your long-term goals for the future, given that all of that Aquarius energy is occurring in your 11th house. Okay, so last thing with the full moon is conversations have the propensity to, I guess, kind of get blown out of proportion with this full moon. So just in particular with friends, neighbors, co-workers, clients, siblings, and extended relatives. But I dare say communications of all kinds. It can be a little rough with this particular full moon. Okay, so nothing to be afraid of. It's just like, Geminis are known for having a silver tongue, and because this full moon is opposite Mercury, it's like people can take what you say the wrong way, or maybe you can get a little bit heated or a little bit triggered, and then things can escalate. So, deep breath in, deep breath out, let it go. Now, on the 7th, let's just get that off the screen. On the 7th of February, Mercury, which is your chart ruler, is going to enter the sign of Pisces. So it will transit your 10th house for over 2 months. right? Whereas normally Mercury only spends like 3 weeks-ish in a sign. So the reason it's going to be in your 10th house for so long is because we've got a Mercury retrograde that is occurring. Alrighty, so the pre-shadow period will begin on the 18th of February, just flagging that with you. So important projects that you want to initiate, conversations that you want to have, things that you want to get out there, release into the public. Like, I would really recommend that you do it before the 18th of February. And me, even just saying this now, makes me want to film my March horoscope before the 18th of February, if that's possible. Okay, so it's a fact. Mercury's in detriment and it is in fall in the sign of Pisces. That means Pisces is Mercury's least favorite sign to be in. Do not let that discourage you. If you have natal Mercury in Pisces, these are some of the most brilliant artists and thinkers and visionaries and musicians. Planets are always going to have strengths and weaknesses no matter what sign they're in. But is this Mercury retrograde going to feel extra Mercury retrograde-y? Yes, it is. So on the 10th of April, Venus is going to enter Pisces, and Venus will be in your 10th house until the 5th of March. This is great news for Mercury, great news for us, Gemini rising. And that's because Venus is exalted in the sign of Pisces. This is basically, Venus's favorite sign to be in. Okay, so Venus is going to really help your wee little Mercury chart ruler along. So this can see you coming across as more creative, more charming, more diplomatic as well in the public eye and in terms of your public reputation. So maybe you're going to be in the spotlight over the next few weeks from the 10th onwards for something creative that you're doing, okay, as a result of Venus transiting your 10th house. In any case, moving along, Gemini, so on the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, Saturn is going to enter Aries. It's going to transit your 11th house. In fact, it would be remiss of me not to mention that the first 2 weeks of February will feel wildly different to the second 2 weeks of February, because Saturn is getting closer and closer to completing its cycle in Pisces. So that's the first 2 weeks of February can be a really pressurized time for your career, your public reputation, the legacy that you want to leave behind, your responsibilities, your duties, etc. And then Saturn moving into Aries is like, whew, like such a sigh of relief, despite the Mercury retrograde, which is child's play compared to Saturn going through your 10th house. So we're seeing the end of a 3-year transit that started in March 2023. So come 13th or 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, we've got this transit, this new transit that's starting. We got a glimpse of it in 2025 from end of May through till the 1st of September, but now it's full steam ahead as of pretty much mid-February, and that's through until April 2028. I'm not going to do a whole deep dive into it because I already did that. So you can check out my Saturn in Aries video. I've got a link in the description box below. 10 to 15 minutes per sign worth of predictions. So go and check that out if you feel so inclined. And also I've got a Neptune in Aries video out as well. On the 17th of February, we've got the Aquarius solar eclipse occurring. Okay, this is at 28 degrees. It's in your 9th house. This eclipse is trining you. Yay. It's actually making a perfect trine to me, if I can be so bold as to mention that. I'm a 28-degree Gemini rising. In any case, it's not about me, it's about you guys. It's about the collective. So a new moon solar eclipse is like a new moon, but on steroids, meaning it's a supercharged new chapter that is starting. Eclipse season is like now. Okay, we don't have to wait until the 17th of February, pretty much even from like late mid-January, we've been in our little pre-eclipse season bubble. So there can be fated events that come through, opportunities, happenings, things that are out of our control. Okay, so the ninth house rules over our belief systems. A new moon eclipse in your ninth house can see you maybe deprogramming from a former belief and adopting a new belief. Okay, this can be religious, spiritual, political, world politics, like just your view of how the world even works. Okay, also the ninth house is related to higher education, so this can be an opportunity for you to study something new, initiated into some sort of new area of knowledge, wisdom, whether that is in an esoteric way, a spiritual way, or for others of you, it could be related to like college and university, or perhaps some of you will be stepping into the role of teacher or mentor yourself. The ninth house rules over all kinds of teachers. So a new moon solar eclipse in your ninth house could indicate that a new teacher is entering your life, a new guide, a new counselor, a guru even. Okay, so just pay attention to who has entered your life in February or January or even March. Okay, so eclipse energy can be felt about 4 weeks before to 4 weeks after the eclipse. The ninth house also rules over import and export. Okay, so maybe this is going to be you wanting to delve into import and export, or if you're already in that industry, if that's part of your work, maybe this is going to be expanding your reach even further. The ninth house is all about travel and foreign countries, so this can be learning a new language. This can be an important trip that you're booking or that you're going on. Maybe it comes out of the blue, or maybe the inspiration to go on this trip comes out of the blue. It could be a pilgrimage even, and the ninth house is also associated with publishing. So maybe this is you being commissioned to produce some sort of work that will be published. Alrighty, so many different ways that this can play out. I guess on a bigger level, on a more zoomed out level, I mean to say, this is your vision for your future. Where do I want to go in my life? What do I want to do? What do I want to achieve? If money wasn't an object, what would I build? If I could go anywhere in the world and there were no restrictions, where would I go, or where would I live? Right? So that can play out on all the different levels. You know, who would I want to be in a relationship with? What would I want to do for my career? What sort of legacy would I build? If I could study anything, what would it be? If I could be a student under any teacher, who would that be? Okay, so this eclipse is special. All right. The reason I say that is because, I just feel it intuitively. But it's special because we've got Pluto here in Aquarius, and the last time we had an eclipse in Aquarius, Pluto wasn't in Aquarius yet. Okay, this was 8 or 9 years back. We've got Pluto here and Mars here, and so this is like shifting the needle forward. This is allowing you to really align yourself to the path that is going to be the most authentic expression of you. So just be open-minded. I know you guys already are, we are, but continue being open-minded, Gemini. On the 18th or 19th of February, depending where you live in the world, Pisces season will begin. So now we'll have Mercury and Venus and the Sun all in Pisces, transiting your 10th house. What does this mean? This means that you're very visible right now in terms of like your career, what you're putting out there, anything like creative in nature, artistic in nature, content that you've written or that you're producing. All right, so maybe there'll be more high-level responsibilities that you're ready to take on, and we will talk more about this with the Mercury retrograde in Pisces. But let's keep it moving. So on the 20th or the 21st of February, depending where you live in the world, we're going to have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction occurring at 0 degrees of Aries in your 11th house. So this conjunction only happens every 35 to 36 years. The last one was in 1989 in Capricorn. We had 3 of them. That was a couple years before I was born. Nevertheless, it's been a long time. It's been over 300 years since we last had Saturn-Neptune conjunct in Aries. So ultimately, the 11th house is all about your long-term goals and dreams for the future. It's to do with human rights, being very active socially speaking, your wider network, your friendship circle, your communities, passive forms of income, rents, royalties, dividends, investors, innovations, inventions, social media, awards, accolades. So all of these things, or some of these things, or maybe even just, 1 or 2, will start to be of a focus for you over the next 30 to 35 years. Obviously, that's a really long time, but these seeds are planted in February. You may not even understand how important February is in terms of where you end up months or even years from now, but just pay attention to what creative projects did I start? Who did I meet? Who did I connect with? Where did I visit? What books did I read? What did I put out there in the way of social content? Maybe you started writing, maybe you will start writing a book and you're like, I'm not into this. And then years later, you come back to it. At the end of the day, Saturn, Neptune conjunct in your 11th house will do wonders for you being able to set long-term, lofty, high-level, achievable goals for your future, and you can have such an incredible impact on your wider network. You can be building something in the way of an invention, an innovation, something to do with technology, a system that other people are going to use, a network, something that's going to benefit other people. Long story short, long story long, actually, as I like to say, Neptune rules over our dreams and our fantasies and divine inspiration and the collective. It is like boundarylessness, right? Whereas Saturn is like, okay, but what about the foundation? What about the structure? Be disciplined, have a good work ethic. This needs to be morally correct and above board. We need to cross the T's and dot the I's, and that is why and how you will be able to produce something of value, something that stands the test of time, something that is in alignment with your true desires and wishes for your long-term future and your goals. So if you've been uncertain about what you want to do with your career, where is this going? I know I have a call to do something that's beyond like my everyday mundane level of my career and the comings and goings. Even if you're not employed, it's just like, with the time that I have here on earth, with the time that I have left, what do I want to initiate? What do I want to start? What do I want to create? Even if someone else needs to take over that in the years to come. Okay, so enough on that. Let's move on. On the 26th of February, Mercury, which is our chart ruler, is going to station retrograde in Pisces at 28 degrees in your 10th house. So 28 degrees back through till 8 degrees. And so this Mercury retrograde is also going to be flavored by the fact that Venus is in Pisces, the sun's in Pisces, north node's in Pisces, and we'll cover that shortly. So Mercury retrograde here is like, okay, let me review, revise, and pivot when it comes to my long-term goals and dreams, my public reputation, my career, my profession, my higher level responsibilities that I'm working on. Okay, so maybe you're wanting to give your public reputation or your public profile a bit of a facelift, right? So there can be like an enormous change or project that you are undertaking while Mercury is retrograde through your 10th house. For others of you, this could be some sort of change in relationship status, property ownership status. You could be applying for permanent residency or citizenship, and maybe you're having to supply additional documentation or make some further inquiries into getting some sort of ruling or like an official stand on something revoked or changed. I know that's really vague. I feel like Mercury's already in Pisces in my mind. But anyway, ultimately, if there's been some sort of decision from the top down, from your boss, from an authority figure, from the government, Mercury retrograde here can be like, I want to address this, I want to refute this, I want this struck from the record, or I want another interview for this job. Like, tell me why I was unsuccessful. I really feel like this is the transit where you get a second bite of the apple. I was going to gesture to this, but it's a pear. Second bite of the pear. All right. So the next day, let me just clarify. The Mercury retrograde period is from the 26th of February through till the 20th or the 21st of March, depending where you live in the world. So during that time, that 3.5 week period, you can really undergo some sort of big change in terms of your career, your public status, your public reputation, and how you're being received and perceived. All right. So nearly at the end, gosh, an hour deep, and we're not even finished the third sign. Why do I always do this, astrology gods? On the 27th of February, the Sun will conjunct the North Node in Pisces in your 10th house. There's some conjecture over whether it's 8 degrees or 9 degrees. I have different software saying different things. In any case, this can indicate a huge acceleration in your career, a new maybe position of leadership, promotion, a high level of responsibility that you're taking on. Even if you're not working, you're unemployed, you're retired, then maybe this is to do with your public standing. Maybe this is to do with the sphere of influence that you have over people in your life, whether that's your community, your family, maybe your grandparent, maybe you're the eldest sibling and people look up to you, and so on and so forth. So I will just say that this can be a time where maybe your reputation is being questioned or it is up for debate, and there's like a feeling of needing to prove oneself here that's kind of coming through. But fear not, Gemini, because the next day Mercury will conjunct Venus. All right. So this can also see you being really passionate about something that you want to pursue, something that you are ready to take on. There's like a really big challenge that I'm picking up on intuitive, where it's like a challenge to be a better version of me, be a better person, be a better parent, be a better child, be a better friend, a better employee, a better business owner. Okay, so it's like an opportunity to step up to the plate and to prove oneself. Okay, it's giving Harry Potter as the fourth champion in book 4 vibes. Yes, I just rewatched all 8 movies. Yes, I retook the test and my house has changed. What are your Hogwarts houses, fellow Hogwarts Harry Potter fans? Okay, I'm getting really Gemini-ish now, right at the end. On the 28th of February, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Venus at 22 degrees in Pisces in your 10th house. So Venus is here to save the day. This can see you coming off more diplomatic, more charming, more friendly, more approachable. This is a time where if you need something revoked, if you need to ask someone again for something that was initially denied, this would be a good time to do it, because Venus is making you more socially smooth, and the Mercury retrograde here is like, can we just revisit that conversation from before? Are you open to reconsidering? And the other person's like, oh yes, of course, I would love to grant you your wish. Okay, so Gemini, we'll leave it on that note. Thank you so much for watching this horoscope. If you enjoyed it, can you please do me a favor and hit the like button? If you haven't subscribed already, please go ahead and do so if you want to see more content from me. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook. I post regularly there as well. Thanks, Gemini. And now let's move on to Cancer. Hi, Cancer Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your February 2026 horoscope. So Cancer, on the 1st or the 2nd of February, depending where you live in the world, there will be a full moon in Leo at 13 degrees in your second house. So the second house is all about our personal income, our finances, resources, but it also rules over things like our personal values and our self-esteem and some other stuff which we'll get into. So full moons are about something being illuminated, getting closure, some sort of situation reaching its peak. So I'm going to put the chart up on the screen for you for the full moon. Now, even though this is in Leo, because you are ruled by the moon, full moons and new moons are always going to impact you every month. This is why Cancers are known for being moody. And I say this as someone with Venus and Mars and the South Node and Chiron, all in Cancer, all in my first house. I get it. It's because you're ruled by the moon, and the moon changes signs every 2.5 days. Okay, so full moons are always going to be a time of more intense emotions for you, whether that's positive or not. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It simply is. So the full moon in the second house can indicate that you are maybe investing a large sum of money around this time. Maybe you are selling off a possession or a valuable. Maybe you are coming into possession of some sort of important valuable, maybe an heirloom. This can see you maybe receiving a lump sum of money. Okay, so or there can be a really big shift in terms of wealth management, money management. How are you spending your money? Are you okay with that? Are you needing to shift some things around? Maybe you are needing to chase someone back up for money that they owe you. That's coming through now, especially because if you look at the chart, there's this opposition to Pluto, Mars, Venus, and Mercury in your 8th house. And that's the 8th house is about your mutual resources. So this can see you having to reach out to someone and say, excuse me, can you please pay me back for whatever it is. It doesn't mean it's going poorly. I don't think it will go poorly. Look, the moon is in a wide trine to Neptune in Aries, which is very positive. But it could just be like you have some feelings of anxiety in having to chase that up. Okay, so the second house is also related to dental work, as well as anything related to like hair, beauty, even our wardrobe, like how we dress ourselves. So as soon as I say that, I start like adjusting my jumpsuit. In any case, so this can see you maybe completing some kind of dental procedure, dental work. Maybe you're getting your like braces off or your retainers off. I had braces once when I was a teenager, and then my wisdom teeth impacted, and then my teeth ended up being worse than they were before the braces. And then I went and I got not Invisalign, but like some sort of equivalent, and never been happier about it. All right, so maybe that's something that you're wanting to invest in. On a different note, this could be like a wardrobe clear out, a storage clear out. The second house is also related to the food that we eat and how we nourish ourselves. Okay, this is just like a low level warning. If you are allergic to any sort of food, if you've got an intolerance, anaphylaxis, is that what it's called? Be careful around the full moon because it's at 13 degrees, which is the Aries degree. It's also opposite Pluto and Mars and Venus. Venus rules over food. So this can really, you may have an allergic reaction to something. It may aggravate something for you in terms of your digestive system, even if you don't have allergies. So just be careful with what you're eating and maybe just like err on the side of caution if you are cooking at home. If you're like, you know, is this still right to eat? There's a saying that I live by as a Virgo moon: when in doubt, chuck it out. Okay, so lastly, yeah, there may just be some sort of shift in terms of how you want to present yourself with hair, makeup, beauty, perfume. Is it time for a new perfume? It's always time for a new perfume. Okay, so moving along, Cancer, now let's shift gears. On the 7th of February, Mercury will enter the sign of Pisces and it will be transiting your 9th house. It will be there for over 2 months, so it's a big deal. The reason it's there for so long is because we've got a Mercury retrograde. There's a fly, I can't deal with this. There's a Mercury retrograde occurring right at the end of February, all right? So Mercury is said to be in detriment and fall in the sign of Pisces, but fear not, we have Mercury retrogrades 3 times a year. This one's trining you, and you're going to have Venus in Pisces in just a few days as well. So we will talk about it a bit later in terms of the retrograde and how that's going to play out for you, but just know that Mercury enters Pisces on the 7th. The pre-shadow starts on the 18th, and on the 10th of February, Venus will enter Pisces. It will be exalted in Pisces. So that's like basically Venus's favorite sign. And it will be there until the 5th of March. Okay, so you will have Venus and Mercury trining you, which is very, very positive. Even though it's in the 9th house, which is not typically associated with love and romance, it's still trining you and trining your 5th house. Okay, so this can portend positive things in the way of romantic developments. So on the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, Saturn is going to leave Pisces in your 9th house and it's going to enter Aries in your 10th house. So if there's been issues with travel, with like legal matters, with government status, with as in like citizenship and permanent residency and all that kind of thing, or even with like getting a book published or completing an education course, finishing a university degree, these things can start to get easier and easier for you. It doesn't mean, you know, the clock strikes midnight and then all of these issues go away. No, you know, we've still got the Mercury retrograde in Pisces and we've got another eclipse in Pisces in August this year, but things do start to get easier as it relates to legal matters, travel opportunities, import and export, your studies, and even like your vision for your future. So Saturn going through the 9th house could have put a bit of a veil over you in terms of, I don't even know what direction I'm heading in. I don't even know what would make me happy. And things are going to shift in that department. Okay, so like I said, on the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, Saturn will then enter your 10th house. All right, so we already got a little glimpse of this in 2025. So between the end of May, 25th of May through till the 1st of September, we did have Saturn in Aries there for just a few months. But now, you know, this is when the show really begins, right? Because we're going to have Saturn here for like just over 2 years through till April 2028. I'm not going to go into detail here because I've already done that in a Saturn in Aries video, which you can see on my channel. There's like 10 to 15 minutes of predictions per sign. So you can do a little binge watch there. You can also watch the Neptune in Aries video. But I will talk about the Saturn and Neptune conjunction later in this horoscope. So on the 17th of February, we're going to have the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius in your 8th house. Remember what I said before. New moons, full moons, all eclipses, they affect you as a Cancer sun, moon, or rising, more so than other signs, okay? Because the moon is your chart ruler. It's the luminary that rules you, okay? So a new moon eclipse is going to indicate that a new chapter is starting for you. It's a new beginning that's like on steroids. It's supercharged. What does it relate to? 8th house things. What are 8th house things? Mutual resources, healing, the occult, overcoming fears and addictions, sex and intimacy. Okay, so let's dive a little deeper into that. This can indicate that there's a new chapter starting with your mutual resources, money that you make through or with other people, joint investments, joint bank accounts, joint property ownership. Okay, also child custody arrangements, child support arrangements, alimony money. There may be a new beginning that is seeded here. I repeat, this is the 17th of February. However, we're already well and truly in eclipse season, you know, even at the end of January, and I'm filming this on the 29th of January. Okay, so these conversations, these topics, these themes, happenings that pertain to these areas can already occur before the 17th of February, or even 2 to 4 weeks after, you know, so well and truly into early to mid-March is a possibility here. The 8th house rules over your significant other's personal income. So your 8th house is like their 2nd house. So this can indicate that there's a significant change here. Maybe they are making a really big investment. Maybe they are earning more money. Maybe they're getting a pay rise. Maybe, you know, it's going the other way and they don't have access to as higher income. And it could be temporary. It doesn't need to be anything permanent. It's just like if you've got a significant other, then there can be a big shift in terms of their personal finances and or the finances that you share together with them. So the 8th house also rules over things like insurance money, tax money, wills, inheritances, right? So this could see you maybe drawing up a new will, getting insurance, maybe this is something to do with like a new tax accountant for your taxes. Maybe you're being made aware of something that you're going to inherit. Okay, so on a different note, like I said, we've got psychology, therapy, healing, anything to do with the occult that is all indicated by the 8th house. So maybe this is going deeper into psychology. Maybe astrology as well. That's an 8th house theme plus an 11th house theme. Deep, profound healing. This can also indicate that you may be having to face or overcome certain fears, certain addictions. All right, so a spiritual awakening can certainly occur with this new moon happening in your new moon eclipse happening in your 8th house. So just carrying on with the reading. On the 18th or the 19th of February, Pisces season will begin. So now we'll have Mercury, Venus, and the Sun all in your 9th house, all trining you, which is very positive, and therefore trining Jupiter in Cancer too. So there can be quite a big focus on your views of the world, religious, spiritual, political, ideological. It's going to feel a lot nicer than it has been with having all these planets in Aquarius. So on the 20th or the 21st, depending where you live in the world, this is when we will have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction occurring. And it's occurring in your 10th house. So the 10th house is all about your public reputation, your public self, your public status, right? So what this means is that there's like a new legacy that you're creating, maybe a new industry that you want to foray into, a new career chapter for you. This could be like a new career altogether, or your existing career, but it's like taking it to another level in terms of challenges, your responsibilities, something that you want to create in the way of a legacy that you want to stand the test of time. Neptune is like our dreams, our fantasies, divine inspiration. It's the collective energy, plus it's unconditional love, our hopes, our ideals, and what have you. So Saturn, though, is all about your foundations, being disciplined, being structured. So it's interesting because Saturn and Neptune are quite opposite in nature in a lot of ways, but when they come together, which only happens every 35 to 36 years, this is a time where we're able to ground our fantasies and our dreams into reality. And Saturn is going to help you with the building blocks to lay this foundation. So do pay attention to what are you starting, who are you talking to in February, what new hobbies and passions are you interested in, or what existing ones are you pursuing, because something is being seeded in the month of February. But because of the nature of Neptune, it's like you don't even know how much of a big impact this is going to have on the rest of your life. It could even be like a new thing that you do like every week for work. It's just like something that seems inconsequential, something innocuous, and it's like, I just now do this with my career. This is like part of how I present, and maybe this ends up being something that's like a defining point for you in terms of your legacy and your public reputation. Okay, so as I've said before, the 10th house is not just career, it is your relationship status, it is your government status, it is your property ownership status. Okay, so any dreams that you have, goals, whether that is to get married, to start a family, to own your own business, to receive like permanent residency or citizenship in another country, you know, these big goals and these big dreams that are very Neptunian in nature can actually be worked towards and eventually executed, but it'll probably be a few months or even a good couple of years until you start seeing some tangible results of that. Okay, so just moving along, on the 26th of February, Mercury will station retrograde in Pisces at 22 degrees. So this is 22 degrees back through till 8 degrees in your 9th house. So the Mercury retrograde in the 9th house can see you really reconsidering your belief systems, whether these are religious, political, ideological, even your own personal code of ethics. Yes, you could encounter some sort of moral dilemma here. Also, the 11th house rules over things like the law, import and export, and publishing. So on that note, maybe you are having to revisit some sort of legal matter to really put it to bed. You could be appealing some kind of decision if you're unhappy with the outcome. On a different note, if you have applied for things like citizenship or something to do with like travel visas and so on and so forth, it could be that more documentation is required, so you need to supply that, or maybe your application goes walkabouts, goes missing, and you just have to do it all over again. On a different note, because the 11th house is associated with import and export, maybe you are refining how far and wide you're willing to import from or export to. Plus, if you are currently in the process of getting something published, then this could be like a heavy editing period. If you have applied for some sort of higher education program like a university or college degree, then this could see you maybe needing to again re-enroll, supply more documentation, challenge something that's come through. I do think that there'll be a positive outcome from this, just because of the trine to Jupiter in Cancer. Or perhaps you're putting your education plans on pause. Of course, travel. The 9th house is all about travel. So this can see you potentially traveling back to somewhere that you've traveled before, or maybe if you had to delay your plans, it's like, okay, now I can do this. Now I can go ahead with these travel plans. If you are traveling during this time, just be extra careful when it comes to plane tickets, travel tickets, accommodation, etc. I've done this more than I care to admit, where I have booked accommodation, but I've booked it for the wrong month. And one time I got charged and I was like, what the hell? I'm not due for like another month. And I had booked like the same date, but of the previous month. So don't be like me. Don't be silly and make those sorts of mistakes. On the 27th of February, the sun will conjunct the North Node at 8 or 9 degrees, depending where you live in the world, in your 9th house. So this could be a new teacher entering into your life, or an existing teacher is allowing you some sort of like prestigious opportunity to travel with them, to train with them. Accelerated learning is what is coming through in a really big way here. On a different level, this can see existing published works gaining more traction. And again, moral dilemma seems to be coming up here in your 9th house. Okay, so maybe people are questioning your morals, questioning your studies, or like your vision for your future. I guess to that point, I really do feel like you are getting a much clearer idea of your vision for your future, like what you want to do, where you want to go, and your connection to any kind of religion, faith, or even just like connection to source energy. Whatever it is that you believe in, I feel like this is going to get really strong towards the end of the month. Okay, so on the same day, we do have Mars in Aquarius in your 8th house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 11th house. We've got 2 money houses here, so there could just be a bit of like an urgent need to spend a large sum of money, or it could be like an impulse buy, or an impulse sell of an investment or an asset, or perhaps you're just having to act quickly to capitalize on some sort of window of opportunity, okay, in either a financial sense or in a sense that relates to mutual resources in one way or another. Like a snap financial decision is what's coming through. And then lastly, on the 28th of February, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Venus at 22 degrees in Pisces in your 9th house. So this would be a perfect time for you to revise your travel plans, for you to study something further, to reapply, re-enroll for any courses that are meaningful to you, to connect with, if you believe in such things, your spirit guides, right? So just really going inwards. This is a great time for getting the answers that you seek to important high-level questions, okay? Or maybe just getting advice from someone that you really, really trust. Okay, Cancer, that's all I have for you for your February horoscope. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. And if you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Enjoy your month ahead. And now let's move on to Leo. Hi Leo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your February 2026 horoscope. So the month starts off with a bang. We've got a full moon in Leo in your 1st house at 13 degrees. So the 1st house rules over ourselves, our physical appearance, our body, how we carry ourselves, how we present, our demeanor, our persona even. And also it's like anytime we have a full moon, a new moon, or some sort of transit here, we are having more personal agency over what happens in our lives, what direction we want to go in, who we want to be in connection with or relationship with. And so that's what's coming through with this full moon. So I'm just going to chuck it up on the screen here so you can have a little look-see There we go. So the full moon's in your first house, like I said. The Leos who will be the most impacted will be those around 13 degrees, plus or minus about 3 to 5 degrees. So let's say maybe 8 degrees up until 18 degrees. So this can indicate that you are ready to shed some sort of former way of presenting, of appearing, of carrying yourself. This can be to do with how you dress, what you wear, how you style your hair, how you style your makeup, or not. Okay, so maybe you're wanting to like shave your head or just do away with any kind of makeup, right? So it feels like a drastic change because we've got 13 degrees being the Aries degree. So this could be like your resolve to really focus on your physical health, your physical well-being, your physical fitness. On a different note, this can indicate that you are having some sort of epiphany when it comes to relationships, because of course this is activating the first house plus all the planets that we have in the 7th house. So we've clearly got, as you can see on the screen, Pluto, oh my God. I meant to say Pluto, Mars, the Sun, Venus, and Mercury. So this could be a testing time for certain relationships where it's like a bit of a stress test. Maybe some people aren't going to make the cut. That can be people that you engage in terms of like one-to-one services, clients that you have that you're working with. It feels a bit more like breakup energy, okay? And I don't necessarily mean with a romantic partner, although it certainly could be. It's more like Aries degree energy being like, this isn't working, this isn't in alignment, I want to break this contract, I don't want to work with this person anymore, I don't want to be involved with this contract. So it's like a rebirth that is being born from the shedding of an old skin. Okay, on a different note though, and this is for a select few of you, this could be indicating that you're falling pregnant. Maybe it's a surprise, or maybe it is quite suddenly. Again, only for a select few of you. Let's remember that this is a general reading. Thousands of people watch this, and that is not going to apply to everybody. All right, Leo, so moving along, on the 7th of February, Mercury will enter the sign of Pisces. So it will be transiting your 8th house for over 2 months. Wow. So that's until the 14th of February. And the reason it's there for so long is because we've got a Mercury retrograde that's happening at the end of February. So that means that there's a real focus on your mutual resources, joint assets, joint investments, joint property, ownership, or like money you make through other people, your significant other's money. So anything that pertains to mutual resources, and then so much more. You know, that's not the only thing that the 8th house rules over, but we'll get into that. On the 10th of February, Venus is going to enter the sign of Pisces. Venus is exalted in Pisces. Venus loves to be in Pisces. And so with Venus going through your 10th house, there can be a real, not 10th house, sorry. Did I say 10th house? It's the 8th house. With Venus going through Pisces in your 8th house until the 5th of March, there can be big focus for you on intimacy, on your relationship with your significant other, or with self, your sexuality as well, because the 8th house is related to your sexuality as well as intimacy. And we are still going to talk more about this with the Mercury retrograde, but let's keep it moving, Leo. So on the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, we will have Saturn entering Aries in your 9th house. Saturn will be trining you, which is amazing. We already started this transit last year. So between the 25th of May until the 1st of September, we did have Saturn in Aries already for a few months, right? And Neptune as well. So in any case, we've got another 2 years of this through till April 2028. I've done a whole video on Saturn in Aries where I make predictions for 10 to 15 minutes per sign. So I've got the link in the description box below if you want to go and check that out, although we will be talking about the Saturn-Neptune conjunction a little later. Moving along on the 17th, and I will put that up on the screen. So on the 17th of February, we've got the new moon solar eclipse occurring in Aquarius at 28 degrees in your 7th house. So new moon eclipses are like supercharged new moons, very amplified, powerful new beginnings, and it is going to play out on the level of 7th house themes: contracts, agreements, promises, obligations, your one-to-one relationships of all kinds. So this can be a new contract that you're signing, a new agreement that is being proposed, a new promise that you are making to another person or that a person is making to you, a new obligation or duty to another person that you are agreeing to or adhering to. This can be a new client relationship that's starting, a new client contract that is starting, maybe a new service that you are offering, especially if you work in like a consulting role. And maybe this is freelance work, so you could be commissioned to do some work for another person, even if it's just like for a few weeks or for a few months. On a different note, the 7th house is one of the legal houses in astrology, and it is associated with foreign affairs. So there may be some sort of important new document or contract that you are signing, or documentation that you are providing or receiving. 28 degrees is the Cancer degree, which relates to our property matters. Plus, I've noticed it relates to cars and vehicles as well. So maybe this is you signing a contract to purchase a property or to purchase a new car. On a different note, this could see you going into business with another person. So maybe this is a new collaboration that's coming through, a new business partner, partnership, and so on and so forth. And then lastly, of course, the 7th house is related to marriage and our romantic partnerships as well. So maybe you are entering into a relationship with another person. Maybe you're making it official. Maybe there's like a proposal here that's on the table, whether that's an engagement or it's like you and your significant other are getting really aligned about what you want to do with your future together. Maybe that relates to your living situation. Maybe that relates to family matters, maybe not. Also, your 7th house is your partner's first house, like in terms of how it's represented in astrology. So even if nothing big, quote unquote, is happening in your life, it could be something big that's happening in your partner's life. So maybe they're starting an important new job. Maybe they are actually getting pregnant. Potentially, this could be like a new goal that they're setting for themselves. Maybe it's a health goal, and so on and so forth. Okay, Leo. So let me just remove that from the screen there. Moving along, on the 18th or the 19th of February, depending where you live in the world, the sun will enter Pisces. Okay, so Pisces season will officially start. And it's relevant for you because the sun is your chart ruler, which means that wherever the sun goes, whatever it's doing, this impacts you and what you're doing and where your focus is. Okay, so the sun in your 8th house indicates, yes, I'm very focused on mutual resources, and this is definitely going to just take the pressure off your personal one-to-one relationships, right? So on the 20th or the 21st, depending where you live in the world, we will have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees of Aries in your 9th house. So it's trining you, which is great, although not all Leos will feel it equally. If you're an early degree Leo, then that will be more felt for you. Okay, so we're looking at between 0 degrees and about 5 degrees, or even the first decan, up to like 10 degrees would feel it more. But in any case, this is a new 36-year cycle that's starting, right? So the next one's not until 2061. The previous Saturn-Neptune cycle was in 1989 in Capricorn. And we haven't had this Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries since the year 1703, which is profound. So this is certainly the biggest astrological event, if we can call it that, of 2026. The 9th house rules over your vision for your future, your beliefs, It rules over your ideological beliefs, political, spiritual, religious. It rules over the law and legal matters. It rules over publishing. It rules over import and export. It rules over travel, of course, and foreign affairs and culture, like other cultures. And so ultimately, there's something that's being born or seeded here in the month of February, but you may not see the results for months or even years to come. So you could be quite focused on these areas. Maybe this is you wanting to relocate to another country, learn another language. The ninth house is also related to education. So maybe this is you wanting to study something new, to really completely master something new, or to even like found your own educational course or content, but in a really deep, profound way, which would be like a real game changer. Okay, so for others of you, this can see you becoming deeply involved in something of a political nature, religion, your faith, your spiritual beliefs and views, the law. So it could be like a significant legal case that you're embarking on, or perhaps you're looking to see if you can get the law changed in some way, as lofty as that may be. It could be like a class action. This could see some of you wanting to focus on import and export of certain goods or products that you're developing. In my experience, I've seen a lot of engineers with a stacked ninth house. So I've come to realize that the ninth house does relate to engineering. So this could see you wanting to engineer something new, build something new, something that's going to stand the test of time, that's going to help a lot of people. And ultimately, this is like your new vision for your future. Okay, if we zoom above everything else that I've just mentioned, you know, and it's like, oh, well, that didn't work for me. Import, export, no, I can't imagine that working for me. I don't want to travel, whatever. Okay, fine. This is like, what's your vision for your future? Who do you want to become? What do you want to create? What do you want to do with the next 35 years of your life? What's truly important to you? What do you want to learn? What do you want to teach? And these are questions that you'll start to explore and get the answers to, but you may not understand the impact of certain people that you meet, places that you visit, things that you learn, concepts that you get exposed to in the month of February or even March, until much later down the track. So I do recommend that you go ahead and watch my Saturn in Aries video, which is in the link in the description box below, plus my Neptune in Aries video, because there's about 20 to 30 minutes worth of astrological predictions for you and how this can be playing out. Okay, so on the 26th of February, Mercury will station retrograde in Pisces at 22 degrees in your 8th house, and it will retrograde back to 8 degrees. So this is over 3 weeks. Mercury will be direct once more on the 20th or the 21st of March, depending where you live in the world. So don't forget, Venus is here, the Sun is here, the North Node are all here. So there's such a heavy focus on your 8th house. So this can see you wanting to revise joint investments, joint bank accounts, joint property ownership. Maybe you're having to go over the documents or the details of like your child custody arrangement, child support money, alimony money. Maybe you're wanting to change insurers. Maybe this is like changing insurance policies, or even capitalizing on an existing insurance policy. Maybe this is you getting your tax back, or if you've submitted your taxes, your tax return as they call it, then maybe there's some kind of challenge here where you need to provide more supportive documentation. On a different note, this can see you diving deeper with psychology, therapy. Maybe that's your own introspective work. Certainly you can be working hard at overcoming certain fears, overcoming certain addictions, and it's a deeply, deeply healing time here, because because we've got Venus in Pisces here as well. So Mercury retrograde in the 8th house can see you discovering certain hidden secrets or buried information. Maybe this is like pertaining to other people or some of your personal matters being exposed. So that is just something to be aware of. The next day on the 27th, we will have the Sun conjunct the North Node at 8 or 9 degrees, depending where you live in the world. So what did I say about the Sun? It's your chart ruler. So when it is involved in aspects and transits, this directly impacts you, right? So Sun conjunct North Node in the 8th house could indicate that there's like a risk that you're taking. It's like, I want to purchase this investment with another person. I want to open a bank account, or a new sexual relationship can begin, or you exploring your sexuality further, whether that's, you on a personal level and considering these things more deeply, or with you and your significant other. Okay, so there could be like a big investment that you're looking to make around the end of the month. Also on the 27th, we've got Mars in Aquarius in your 7th house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 10th house at 27 degrees. So this can be like unexpected contracts that need to be signed quickly. So maybe you're like purchasing something, investing in something, and it's like, actually we need a deposit now, we need a signature from you now. Or this can see you making some kind of shock demand of your work. So maybe this is to do with resources, or perhaps you're being taken off a project, or you're quitting a project and you're like, I can't work with this person anymore. I'm not going to be doing this. I need to break this contract, cancel it, move me along. I'm not interested, right? So I guess another way that this could play out is your significant other, if you are in a relationship, could be making unexpected decisions that involve their family or their children, if they have children from another partnership, or maybe there's talk of the two of you like relocating, or if they own other property, then maybe there needs to be some movement on that front. Okay, so lastly, the next day on the 28th of February, last day of the month, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Venus at 22 degrees in Pisces in your 8th house. So this can see there being very important financial decisions that need to be made. But this is also, on another level, a really positive time for deep healing, deep introspective work, becoming more intimate with your significant other, or just unpacking some things in terms of relationships. Even if there's no one in the picture, maybe this is like, what are my personal values? What are my personal needs? And just understanding yourself a bit better. Okay. And lastly, if someone owes you money, or you owe someone else money, then this may be a time where you are paying them back, or they're paying you back. Okay, Leo, so that's all I have for you for your February horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please do me a favor and give the video a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Also, I am on Facebook and Instagram as well if you're wanting to see more regular updates from me. Thanks so much, Leo, and now let's look at Virgo's horoscope. Hi Virgo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your February 2026 forecast. I'm a fellow Virgo myself. I'm a Virgo moon, so for those of you who are regulars, you know how much I love my Virgo horoscopes. Okay, Virgo, so wow, Saturn is nearly done with transiting our 7th house in Pisces. So basically the first the first 2 weeks of February, we are going to be in a more pressurized sort of energy as Saturn gets closer and closer and closer to finishing its transit in Pisces. So pretty much from the 6th of February onwards, Saturn will be at 29 degrees. That's the critical degree. So this can be the point of time where we feel potentially, hopefully not, our most anxious. Okay, so and maybe it's nothing to do with you personally. Maybe this is to do with your relationship with another person, like your significant other, your business partner, anyone that you're in like a one-to-one relationship or connection with. Or for some of you, it could be like you've got an important tender to complete or a project that you need to close out, and crunch time is basically those first couple weeks of the month. So in any case, let's talk about the full moon, shall we? So on the 1st or the 2nd of February, depending where you live in the world, we will have the full moon in Leo taking place in the 12th house at 13 degrees. So because the 12th house is one of the hidden houses in astrology, you may not even really feel it. Okay, so it could be a lot more I guess internalized, but ultimately the 12th house is associated with psychology, therapy, our self-sabotaging behaviors, as well as escapism. So this full moon gives you an opportunity, or affords you an opportunity, to overcome a self-sabotaging behavior, a fear, an addiction, right? So there can be like the dissipation of something that like agitates you underneath the surface. It's like, oh, now I know why I feel anxious, and that thing is being removed, or I'm actively removing that thing from my life. Okay, in saying all of this, as you can see, the full moon in Leo in the 12th house is very much stacked against all these planets in Aquarius in the 6th house. So I would say it's a time where your nervous system, or our nervous systems, are going to be a lot more charged, especially because Mercury is there, which is of course our chart ruler. So you're going to need to do the needful, do what you need to do to stay calm, especially these first 1 to 2 weeks of the month. Because the full moon will still be playing out in terms of its energy, right? So it is important that you are grounding yourself, whether that's just putting bare feet outside on the grass. Maybe that's meditation for you. Maybe that's yoga. Maybe that's prayer practice, mantra practice. You know, it can be a lot of different things. Or that's maybe listening to music, playing music, doing something artistic, right? Bit of a creative outlet. So on a different note, this could be a time where you are completing some kind of creative project. So maybe there is some sort of creative output that is ready to be released into the world. On a different level, the 12th house is very much associated with the other side, esotericism, right? So this can see you connecting to loved ones on the other side. Maybe you're getting a tarot reading. Maybe you're doing a reading for yourself, getting an astrology reading. Maybe you are connecting to spirit guides, if I didn't already mention that. So there's a lot happening with this full moon because it is opposite Pluto and Mars and Venus and Mercury in Aquarius. So you are being guided and instructed to pursue creative outlets in order to ground yourself and just come into the body more. Okay, so definitely, you know, self-medicating could be tempting for you, but just really think things through carefully with that one. Okay, Virgo, so just moving along, on the 7th, we've got Mercury entering the sign of Pisces, which means it will be transiting your 7th house, and this is for like nearly 2 months because Mercury will have its retrograde cycle at the end of February. For about 3 weeks. So the pre-shadow period will begin on the 18th of February. Mercury, of course, is your chart ruler. So, you know, Mercury's not happy in the sign of Pisces. That's just a fact. It needs to be said. Mercury is in detriment and in fall in Pisces. But worry not, fear not. Venus will be entering Pisces a few days later, which will be really helping Mercury along with this transit. So there is a propensity here for miscommunications, misunderstandings, missed appointments, clients cancelling, or maybe you needing to cancel certain appointments or meetings. If you have an important deadline or project that you're working on, or deadline that you need to work to, then you may need to seek an extension, and I dare say it will very well be granted with the Mercury retrograde occurring here. All right, so like I said, on the 10th, Venus is going to enter the sign of Pisces. Now, Venus is exalted in Pisces. Unlike Mercury, Venus loves to be in the sign of Pisces. So having Mercury and Venus transit your 7th house, and then later in the month, the Sun as well, plus the North Node, is actually quite a high level indicator for there being significant developments in your romantic love life. Okay, so this is a time where you can take your existing relationship to the next level, maybe meeting someone new, maybe you and your partner are setting important goals together and working on those ones as a team, or perhaps you're just prepared to put yourself out there a bit more. Okay, on the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, Saturn will finally enter the sign of Aries. So in those 1 to 2 days before, the 12th, the 13th, again, take extra care of your nervous system, because it can feel quite tense or quite pressurized. But then Saturn will be in Aries in your 8th house, and that's for another couple of years as of the 13th or the 14th. So we did actually get a glimpse of this transit last year in 2025. We had Saturn in Aries from the 25th of May through till the 1st of September in 2025. In any case, I'm not going to go into detail in this horoscope because I've already done that. I've put out a Saturn in Aries video. Each sign has 10 to 15 minutes worth of predictions, so you can go ahead and click on the link in the description box below to check that out. And I've also got a Neptune in Aries video too, which is well worth a watch. So on the 17th of February, we're going to have our eclipse in Aquarius. So I'm going to put that up on the screen. So that's a new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius at 28 degrees, and this will be in your 6th house. So we haven't had eclipses in Aquarius for about 8 or 9 years, and this one being a new moon solar eclipse, it's actually a hybrid eclipse because the North Node is not yet in Aquarius. In any case, this is all about a new chapter starting as it relates to 6th house themes. And so this can be like a new job, a new work that you're doing, the ins and outs, like your routine at work. Also, this can see you hiring a new employee, okay, because the 6th house is people that we employ. This can see you embarking on some sort of new health and physical exercise journey. Maybe this is a new diet, getting into nutrition, exploring medicine, like the medical industry, health benefits and treatments. And it doesn't need to be in any one field. It doesn't need to be Western medicine. It can be, Chinese medicine, whatever it is. So it's Aquarius energy. So it's kind of, I think in some way, shape or form, it's going to be progressive. It'll be alternative. And this can be like you exploring some area of health and healing and how you can help others. Or maybe this is something to do with yourself. Like, how can I heal me? What do I need to explore? So there may be a health journey, like I said, that you are going on here. Okay, so with this particular solar eclipse, you can see that Pluto and Mars are here as well. So that gives this a lot of like transformational power and a lot of like oomph and energy. There's a lot of drive to pursue this new thing. The 6th house also relates to debts and loans. So this could be applying for a loan. This could be going into debt for something. Maybe this is like a car loan or a mortgage for a property. The 7th house also rules over animals and pets. So maybe this is you welcoming a new pet into your home. Okay, that's another way that could play out. ultimately you are already attuned to the energy of the sixth house, because the sixth house is associated with Virgo as it is. Okay, so this will be something Virgo-ish. Maybe this is getting like super duper organized in an area of your life. Maybe this is using AI or exploring AI and how it can I guess help you with your life admin tasks, your daily admin tasks, or your work in some way, shape, or form. Okay, Virgo, so just moving along now, on the 18th or the 19th, depending where you live in the world, we will see the start of Pisces season. Okay, so the sun will enter the sign of Pisces, which means we've now got Venus, Mercury, and the sun all in Pisces. Like I said before, the Mercury pre-shadow period for the retrograde cycle does occur on the 18th of February. So if you've got important meetings that you need to attend, if you have like clients that you want to reach out to, or you want to engage the services of another person, then I suggest that you reach out to them before the 18th of February. And just as I said that, I realized that there's someone that I need to reach out to. Anyway, so I digress. On the 20th or the 21st of December, depending where you live, not December, good God. On the 20th or the 21st of February, depending where you live in the world, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction will occur in Aries at 0 degrees in your 8th house. This is very rare. This is the most important astrological event of the whole of the year. Yes, the whole of 2026. And the reason for that is that this is a new 35 to 36 year cycle that is starting. That is how rare this conjunction is. The last one was in Capricorn in 1989. The next one is in Gemini in 2061. So 0 degrees of Aries represents the raw potential of everything, because it is like the beginning of the Zodiac. There's no greater indicator of something like brand new. It's like the Ace of Wands in the tarot, just to bring it back to tarot. So what does this mean for you though? Something in your 8th house is being triggered. Your mutual resources, joint investments, joint bank accounts, joint assets, joint property ownership, making money through other people. Okay, so it's like I'm combining my resources with your resources. Maybe you're going to be supporting someone else, or they're supporting you, like you have access to someone else's resources, or they have access to your resources. The 8th house doesn't just rule over mutual resources, it also rules over anything of an esoteric or occult nature, anything to do with healing. Okay, so this is like psychology, therapy, astrology, like I said, anything to do with the occult, anything esoteric in nature, Reiki, anything to do with healing. And the 8th house is also about transformation, rapid transformation. So the Saturn-Neptune conjunction happening in your 8th house just highlights your ability to rapidly transform an important area of your life. And Saturn rules the 5th house and the 6th house, and Neptune rules the 7th house. So maybe this is to do with your health. Maybe this is to do with owning your own business. Maybe this is to do with starting a family, with your significant other, with love, with romance, with wealth management as well. So basically, Neptune is the dream, it's the vision, it's the fantasy, it's your divine inspiration, and it's your hopes and ideals. And Saturn here says, okay, let's put the foundations in place. Let's develop the structure. Let's develop the scaffolding for this idea. So pay attention to what's happening in in February. Okay, who are you meeting with? What ideas are you having? Write them down. Even if you don't pursue them in February, it could be the thing that is, I guess, like the significator for this 35 to 36 year cycle that is beginning in your life. And this is a time to dream big. Don't hold back, whether this is to do with your ideals, your resources, the wealth that you want to create, whether that's for yourself, for your family, for a large group of people. You know, maybe this is a dream that you have to help humanity. Maybe it's to do with, you know, like human rights or activism. Okay, so it's important to just note what is happening in February, and I dare say you'll probably get a glimpse of this new cycle and what it's all about in April, where we have a lot of activations to the sign of Aries. Okay, so let's now move along. On the 26th of February, Mercury, which is your chart ruler, is going to station retrograde in Pisces in your 7th house. So this will be from 22 degrees to 8 degrees. The Virgos would be the most impacted, will be those between 8 and 22 degrees. Ultimately, this is like a 3.5 week long transit. So Mercury will be retrograde until about the 20th or the 21st of March. So Mercury retrogrades occur 3 to 4 times per year. They're not necessarily a big deal, but Mercury is in detriment and in fall in the sign of Pisces, which means that this Mercury retrograde is going to feel extra Mercury retrograde-y. Okay, so certainly this is a time where you'll be reviewing contracts, refining them, amending them. You have to go through them with a fine-tooth comb, especially if you're signing new documents for the first time. This can be making changes to obligations and promises that were made to you or that you had made to other people. If you work in consulting or freelancing, then maybe this is you working with a former client or reviewing the terms and the conditions of an agreement. If you used to offer a certain service that you had tabled, maybe you'll be bringing that online, or perhaps you'll be refining or reviewing the prices. Okay, so how you put together quotes, invoices, or simply put the pricing of certain services that you offer. The 7th house also relates to anyone that we're in a one-to-one relationship with. So this can be hearing back from old lovers, exes, or even former business partners, former clients coming out of the woodwork. Maybe burying the hatchet with a friend, right? So it's just like, okay, you know, we had this argument and then they've come out of the woodwork. It could even be years later. And, you know, it doesn't mean you have to go ahead with rebuilding that relationship. It is just to say that you will most likely be hearing from a bunch of people or just running into people that you haven't seen in quite a long time. The 7th house is a legal house as well, so this may be getting a second opinion with regards to a legal matter. Or perhaps you are wanting to refute or contest some kind of legal ruling. The 7th house rules over foreign affairs, as does the 9th house. So you may need to reapply for a visa, or maybe you're seeking an extension for a visa, or perhaps you're having to deal with like a foreign embassy, maybe renewing a foreign passport. Okay, so because the 7th house rules over your significant other, your marriage partner, maybe you're renewing vows, or perhaps your significant other just has a lot of things that they are dealing with at the moment that can keep them quite busy. On the 27th of February, the Sun will conjunct the North Node in your 7th house at 8 or 9 degrees, depending where you live in the world. So this could be like an exciting new opportunity that comes through with work, with career, with an opportunity to, produce some kind of creative output. Maybe you're being commissioned for something, or perhaps this is an opportunity for you to really step up into a position of leadership. Potentially, it could be like meeting someone special, or like you've already met them, but maybe things are moving in a romantic direction, and moving along. Also on the same day, we will have Mars in Aquarius in your 6th house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 9th house at 27 degrees. So there can just be some unexpected, changes in terms of what's expected of you with your work, with certain projects, with employees, with travel, if you do have to travel for work, or perhaps HR has to get involved with something. That is a possibility. In any case, the next day, on the 28th, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Venus at 22 degrees in Pisces in your 7th house. So I feel like there's a lot of exciting opportunities that are happening right in those last few days of the month. Somehow I don't feel that the Mars Uranus square is as tense or dramatic as other ones have been, and I guess I say that because there's all these planets in Pisces that are actually trining Jupiter in Cancer, and it's like sandwiched between, you know, the Sun North Node conjunction and the Mercury Venus conjunction. Okay, Virgo, so that's all I have for you for your February horoscope. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. And if you haven't already, please hit the subscribe button if you want to see more content from me. I am also on Facebook and Instagram, which is just the Caistrology handle. So now I am going to take a short break because we've been going for over 2 hours straight now. So probably about 10 minutes. And then I'll be back with the next 6 horoscopes starting with Libra. Okay, so see you guys shortly. Hi Libra Sun, Moon and Risings, welcome to your February 2026 forecast. So the month starts off with a full moon in Leo at 13 degrees in your 11th house. So this will be occurring on the 1st or the 2nd of February, depending where you live in the world. Now I'm just going to put that up on the screen for you so you can have a look at it. There we go. So just ignore that it's got Aries there at the beginning. This is just straight from Moonseek is the website. Anyway, the full moon will be opposing a bunch of planets in Aquarius in your 5th house. So I think you will fare better than a lot of the other signs, just having all of this Aquarian energy trining you as a Libra rising sun or moon. In any case, the full moon indicates that there's some sort of peak moment for you as it relates to a goal of yours, a dream, a big project, or an initiative that you've been working on. Maybe this can see you raising funds from investors for some sort of invention or innovation that you've been working on. On a different note, this can see you launching something on social media. Okay, so the reason I say that is because the 11th house is associated with social media. Now, this could have been 1 to 2 weeks before the full moon, or it can be relevant for you 1 to 2 weeks after, which would take us through till about mid-February. Now, this can see you receiving some sort of award, accolade, praise, or recognition for something that you're releasing either online or to your wider network at large. 13 degrees is the Aries degree, and so inherent in that is some sort of challenge, some sort of need or desire to assert your independence or push through something that's been difficult or challenging for you. So 13 degrees is, nothing to sneeze at, but in any case, it is sextiling you, which I think is quite positive. Okay, so moving along Libra, on the 7th of February, we will see Mercury entering the sign of Pisces. So Mercury will be transiting your 6th house for no less than 2 months, actually, until the 14th of April. And the reason for that is because we've got a Mercury retrograde that is occurring at the end of February. So basically, Mercury is not super happy in Pisces. It is in detriment. It is in fall in Pisces, but that's nothing to be afraid of. It's simply a fact. I will say that Mercury does perform better in the 6th house, I think, than other houses. So Mercury retrograde here, which we will discuss more towards the end of the month, can see you perfecting something, correcting something, refining it, especially as it relates to your work. Okay, so on the 10th of February, Venus, which is your chart ruler, is going to enter Pisces, and it is exalted in Pisces. So in contrast to Mercury, this is Venus's favorite sign to transit. So this can see you feeling very artistically and creatively inclined. Okay, so Venus will be transiting your 6th house until the 5th of March. And we're really shifting gears from this dense 5th house transit for you and then moving into the 6th house. So there'll be quite a big focus on your daily habits, your health, vitality, your routines, and the work that you're doing as well, like feeling as though you're being of service and finding fulfillment in the work that you're doing, even if it's just the day-to-day things. So moving along, on the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, Saturn is going to enter the sign of Aries, and so it will be transiting your 7th house for another couple of years through till mid-April of 2028. We already got a glimpse of this transit back in 2025, so that was between the 25th of May through till the 1st of September. I'm not going to go into detail here because I've already done that in my Saturn in Aries video. So I've got a link in the description box below. You can go and check that out. Each sign gets about 10 to 15 minutes worth of predictions. Plus I have a Neptune in Aries video too that you may want to check out. Okay, so I will definitely talk about the Saturn-Neptune conjunction later in this forecast though. All right, so on the 17th of February, we will have the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius, and that's at 28 degrees in your 5th house, so it is trining you. The 5th house is all about creativity. Okay, so this can be creative projects, a novel that you're working on. It can be anything that you create. That means owning your own business, which you create, or children, which you also create. Okay, so a new moon solar eclipse is going to usher in a new chapter in your life as it relates to 5th house themes. This can be starting your own business. This can be expanding your existing business in a new direction. This can be embarking on some kind of creative project. This can be pursuing a new hobby, passion, or perhaps even the realization. What do I want to say? Not realization. It's like your understanding that you have a gift or a talent for something. So that could be coming online. That can be with music. That can be with writing, photography, dance, poetry, like whatever it is, right? So there can be new talents that you are recognizing. That's what I wanted to use. And also, like I said, the 5th house does relate to children. So for some of you, this could be about starting a family or expanding your existing family further. And because it's in Aquarius, this could be in a non-traditional way. Maybe this is about being a step parent, being a godparent. So for others of you, maybe adopting or fostering, just as a few different examples there. And the 5th house, of course, is associated with love and romance and sex. So this could be a new romantic development that is taking place, maybe meeting someone new, maybe taking your existing connection to another level. And the 5th house is all about entertainment, fun, and performance. So maybe there's an opportunity for you to deliver some kind of performance or get involved in something fun, in something entertaining, maybe the entertainment industry altogether. Okay, so on the 18th or the 19th of February, depending where you live in the world, the sun is going to enter the sign of Pisces. Okay, so we now have Mercury, Venus, and the sun all in your 6th house. If I didn't mention it before, don't think I did, the Mercury retrograde pre-shadow period will start on the 18th of February. So that's just something to be mindful of if you've got important meetings that you need to have, people that you need to reach out to, contracts that you want to sign, emails that you want to send. I would endeavor to do this before the 18th of February, okay? Because from the pre-shadow, things can just get hairy. And it's something I've observed that, and maybe you guys can let me know how you feel about this. Sometimes the pre-shadow period is way more intense than the actual retrograde. So again, that's from the 18th of February through till the 25th of February. That's the pre-shadow period. On the 20th or the 21st of February, depending where you live in the world, this is where we're going to see the Saturn-Neptune conjunction taking place at 0 degrees Aries in your 7th house. And wow, what a time to be alive. This exact conjunction has not happened for over 300 years. The last time Saturn and Neptune conjuncted in Aries was in the year 1703. This conjunction happens every 35 to 36 years. So the last one was in Capricorn in 1989. The next one is in 2061 in the sign of Gemini. So that means this is a new 35 to 36 year cycle that is commencing. So you may not even realize the impact that February is having on you and your life, whether that is the obligations that you agree to, the contracts that you sign, the people that you meet, the client work that you carry out, or even the one-to-one services that you engage with another person, or perhaps even your plans with your significant other, or maybe you're meeting them while Saturn and Neptune are conjunct, and you don't even realize that that's your person for like a while to come, you know. So that could be like months from now or years from now. Certainly that was the case in my situation, but that's neither here nor there, although Saturn was involved in that. I had a Saturn, I guess I'm going into it. Saturn and Venus were exactly opposite, and I think Uranus was there as well, and it was at 0 degrees of Aries and Libra. Okay, so this is nothing to discount, you know. This is still activating the 1st and 7th house axes, so there can be very important romantic developments that are taking place during this time. Of course, it doesn't have to be romantic developments. Let's just unpack a few different ways that this can play out. So the 7th house is fundamentally your one-to-one relationships with other people. Neptune is your dreams, your fantasies, your divine inspiration, unconditional love, your hopes, your ideals, your dreams for the future, plus a bunch of other things. And then Saturn is all about consistency, showing up, being disciplined, doing the work, having a good work ethic, laying the foundations, putting a structure in place. And so this Saturn-Neptune conjunction can play out on a multitude of different levels. Maybe it is new services that you're offering, a new business partnership, okay, going into business with another person. Maybe this is like a new style or form of freelance work that you are offering, or contract work. Maybe this is an obligation that you are agreeing to, or a commitment that you are agreeing to. Maybe this is helping someone out. Maybe this is you showing another person generosity with Neptune, or it could be you receiving that from another person, someone coming in saying, hey, you've got a dream, I've got the resources, I believe in you, here are the funds, here are the resources, here's what you need to make that thing work. If you are in a relationship with another person, then this can be you and them coming together, forming goals or plans for your long-term future. And this could be something that takes you months or even years to pull off, okay? There does seem to be some sort of hint at April 2028. Why? That's because that's when the Saturn in Aries transit will officially conclude, okay? On the 12th of April, that's when that cycle ends. But it's just an exciting time to make notes of everything that happens. And by the way, I've started doing this personally. So every year at the beginning of the astrological year, which of course is Aries season around the 20th of March, I do like a tarot reading for myself, but now I've started leaving space to write down anything and everything that is important that occurs. So it'll just be like, I was offered this collaboration, I started teaching yoga here, you know, I received this important notification, or I signed this contract. And you can start to see when things were seeded, when they began, and so that way you can kind of track their progress, or the character arc in some instances. Okay, went on quite a tangent there, but this can also play out as it relates to your contracts, and maybe this is to do with where you're planning to live, because Saturn does rule over your 4th house. So it's like, okay, I need a visa to live here, I need permanent residency, I need a plan. So it could be to do with relocating to a foreign, faraway place, because Neptune represents foreign, faraway places, and the 7th house is one of the houses that relates to legal matters as well as contracts. Okay, so interesting stuff. Let me know how this is playing out. If you're a Libra moon, then this is more so to do with your relationships, family plus property and living situations. If you're a Libra sun, then this is more to do with like business partnerships, clients, career, and so on and so forth. If you're a Libra rising, then you know it's really all of the above, isn't it? So on the 26th, we will have Mercury stationing retrograde in Pisces in your 6th house. So this is from 22 degrees back to 8 degrees. So this transit will last until the 20th or the 21st of March, depending where you live in the world. And so now we have Venus here, we have the Sun, we've got Mercury retrograde, we've got the North Node. What don't we have? Well, I guess the other planets. But this can see you basically refining or revising your health and exercise routine, your daily habits, maybe picking some former habits back up. So for example, if you used to do push-ups every morning, before work, then maybe you're getting back into that. Or, I have to say, if you had any vices or any habits that you weren't a fan of, then there is that temptation that is there, because Mercury retrograde in Pisces can see you delving into substances or self-medicating. So that's something that you just want to be mindful of. This can be a time where you're maybe refinancing or remortgaging. Maybe you're needing an extension on a loan, or maybe someone who owes you money is finally paying you back. And also maybe you're just doing like a checkup for pets, and that actually is quite advisable. Also, if there were delays with certain work projects or things that you were doing with work, it could actually be that you're like returning to a former place of work or type of work. Okay, so lastly, there is potential for you to have to do a big edit or revise a project that you've been working on, and maybe implement like a whole new system into whatever it is that you're doing. Okay, so there definitely is going to be themes of like perfectionism that are coming up, just having Venus here and Mercury retrograde here, where it's like, when is something good enough in your eyes? Like, are you able to actually let go? So it could be that you're having to work on some self-sabotaging behaviors that just aren't serving you, especially because Mercury rules over your 12th house. So on the 27th, we've got Mars in Aquarius in your 5th house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 8th house at 27 degrees. So this can indicate that there are maybe some snap decisions that you have to make about your business. If you own your own business, a creative project that you're working on, maybe you're transforming that, sending it in a new direction. There could be some fears related to releasing creative content or creative output. And also, if this is relevant to you, it won't be for everybody, right? But the fifth house is related to the ways in which we have fun and indulge, and then the 8th house can also like bleed into addictions. So you may be looking at addressing or releasing addictions that are 5th house related, such as gambling, porn, or sex. Now, lastly, on the 28th of February, last day of the month, we've got Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus at 22 degrees in Pisces in your 6th house. Actually, I forgot to say the previous day, we've also got the Sun conjunct the North Node in Pisces in your 6th house. So double conjunctions, back-to-back days in your 6th house, to me indicates that there's like a hard rewiring of your daily habits, your routines, how you approach mundane, tedious tasks like life admin work. It looks like the reorganization of a major area of your life, or that could just be like a theme where you're like out with the old, in with the new. And just having Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus in the 6th house could see you having more clarity about what do you want to do with work, what brings you fulfillment. And potentially this is like, finding love with a coworker or in the office. Okay, so that's just another thing to potentially consider. Okay, Libra, that's all I have for you for your February horoscope. If you enjoyed this reading, please do me a favor and give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I am also on Facebook and Instagram as well if you're wanting to see more content from me. And guess what? I have completely forgotten for the last 2.5 hours to mention that I do actually offer private one-to-one readings. So if you're wanting a personal astrology reading with me or even a tarot reading with me, you can head to the link in the description box below or head to Caistrology.com. Okay, Libra, thank you. See you next month. And now let's move into the Scorpio reading. Hi. Just had some tea in my Harry Potter mug and my voice is betraying me. Hi, Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Risings. Welcome to your February 2026 horoscope. So, straight off the bat, we've got a full moon in Leo in your 10th house at 13 degrees. Okay, so anytime we've got a new moon or a full moon in our 1st, 4th, 7th, or 10th houses, these can be quite impactful or felt on a very tangible level. And so for you, this relates to your public profile, your career, your public self, and it means you're quite visible for the first few days of the month, even 1 to 2 weeks before the full moon and 1 to 2 weeks after the full moon. So I've just popped that up on the screen there for you. As you can see, the moon is in Leo, which means that that's in your 10th house, whereas all those planets in Aquarius are in your 4th house. So full moons are a time of closure, things being illuminated, things like reaching a peak. And so because this is playing out on the level of your public profile and your reputation, this can see you maybe attaining a promotion, a position of leadership, a change in employment status, or even the industry that you work in. 13 degrees is quite spicy. It is the Aries degree, so there may be something unexpected, or I dare say kind of shocking, that's coming through as it relates to your career. So this could be your boss unexpectedly resigning, or being replaced with another boss. Maybe you're needing to step up to the plate to cover for someone who's not available to carry out their roles or their duties. This could be some sort of announcement at your workplace about a restructuring that's occurring or merging companies. But then on a personal level, this could be you taking a risk where it's like, I've created this thing, I've created this business, or I'm launching this new product or this new service and I'm going to announce it. And maybe there's some degree of risk that comes through here. Or there could be like a sense of urgency where the Aries energy is just like, okay, quickly, we need to pump something out and capitalize on this energy because there is a demand for this. Others of you may become or find out that you're going to become a parent or a grandparent. On a different level, though, the 10th house really does relate to statuses of all kinds. So not just employment status, but there could be a shift in your relationship status and your property ownership status, or even your role as a parent, okay? Maybe becoming a step parent, or perhaps this is to do with things like permanent residency, visas, and citizenship. Okay, Scorpio, so moving along, on the 7th of February, Mercury is going to enter the sign of Pisces, and so it will be transiting your 5th house for a bit over 2 months until the 14th of April. The pre-shadow Mercury retrograde period is going to begin on the 18th of February. Okay, so what that means is it's a good idea for you to have important conversations, sign those important contracts, get those important emails out before the 18th of February. On the 10th of February, Venus is going to enter the sign of Pisces, and Venus is exalted in Pisces. Venus loves to be here. So Venus in the 5th house, hello, love, and romance. So there can be some sort of interest in putting yourself out there, right? So maybe that is going to more social events, Shakara for Scorpios, or that could be to do with, wanting to take things to another level with the person that you've been casually seeing, or even if you've been in a long-term relationship. Well, Venus going through the 5th house is simply an indicator of there being more love, more romance, more lightheartedness, dates, playfulness, etc. Romance and love aside, Venus in the 5th house is also indicative of feeling a lot more creative, whether that's putting that energy into your own business or a creative project, or maybe just seeking out more fun, more entertainment, whether that's socializing, going to movies, musicals, and what have you. On the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, Saturn is going to enter the sign of Aries. So it will transit your 6th house for another 2 years until April 2028. We already got a glimpse of this from end of May till 1st of September of 2025. So if you want to understand how this is going to play out for you, then you may want to cast your mind back to, well, what happened for me during that period of time. Now, I've already got a Saturn in Aries video available for you to watch where I do predictions for all 12 signs, 10 to 15 minutes each. That is in the link in the description box below. But moving along, Scorpio, we have a new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius in your 4th house, and that will be on the 17th of February, if I didn't mention the date already. So we haven't had an eclipse in Aquarius for like 8 or 9 years. So maybe reflect on what happened 8 or 9 years ago, and that could be an indicator of what's to come. Last time there was a solar eclipse in Aquarius, I actually got married and I didn't realize it because I wasn't looking at transits or into astrology as much at that point, funnily enough. But for you guys, this is more so going to play out on the level of your property, your living situation, family dynamics. So this could be you maybe wanting to buy, sell, purchase an investment property. Maybe you're working on getting a property ready to put up as an Airbnb, or maybe you're wanting to purchase property with a family member. Doesn't have to be that though. It could be that you're wanting to renovate your existing property. Maybe you want to build a deck, or do some sort of put in like a home automation system or whatever. But just note that because it's an eclipse, there is something significant about it. This isn't just like your regular run-of-the-mill new moon in the 4th house. It's like whatever is coming through is somehow going to be important to you, whether that sparks interest in another area in the weeks or months to come, or perhaps you've got someone moving in with you, or someone is going to move out of your home. This can also indicate there being an abrupt change as it relates to your family dynamics. So that can be with children, that can be with your parents, with your immediate family or housemates. Okay, so there could be a bit of tension around this time, truthfully, especially because the new moon is also with Pluto and Mars in the sign of Aquarius. But for others of you, this could be like, I want to investigate my lineage more. I want to understand more about my ancestry. I want to document my mother's life or my father's life, or I want to create some kind of family tree, right? So there's just all these different ways that it can play out. But for those of you who are parents, maybe this is you wanting to change your parenting style, okay, adopt a new parenting style. Or for some of you, yes, you could very well be getting pregnant with this new moon eclipse in Aquarius, or perhaps you're deciding that you want to start trying. Okay, so that will just be for a select few of you. Just remember that this is a general reading, so take it as it resonates. On the 18th or the 19th of February, we are going to have the sun enter Pisces, which means it is Pisces season. So I think that's going to be good for you guys, because there's been this dense Aquarius energy, which pretty much was from the 23rd of January through till the 7th of February, although, we did have the tail end of that with Venus entering Pisces and now the sun entering Pisces. So now all these planets are trining you from the 5th house, and Jupiter is trining you from the 9th house. So I think this will be a much easier time for you. Moving along though, on the 20th or the 21st of February, depending where you live in the world, this is when the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is going to take place at 0 degrees Aries in your 6th house. So this is a very rare cycle. It only happens every 35 to 36 years. The last one was in Capricorn in 1989. The next one is in Gemini in 2061. And we have not had a Saturn-Neptune conjunction in the sign of Aries specifically. And that was like since 1703. Okay, so it's been like a good 300 years. Ultimately, 0 degrees of Aries is the raw potential of anything. It's like the actual beginning of the zodiac. Okay, so it's not going to be possible to predict what will happen for you over the next 35 years. It's just not. But what we can do is track and map out, what are we beginning in February? Who's entering our lives? What are we agreeing to? What work are we starting to do? What hobbies and talents are we starting to explore? What ideas are we having that we can jot down? Map all of these things out, write all of these things out, because this will become important to you over the course of the next 35 years. Okay, but ultimately this is in your 6th house, and the 6th house is the way in which you are of service. Now, some people can interpret that as work, but of course, not all of you are working. Maybe you're retired, maybe you're in between jobs, maybe you can't work. Maybe you're just choosing not to work. Maybe you're a stay-at-home parent, and all of that is fine. Okay, that doesn't mean that this isn't going to impact you. The 6th house is your habits and routines, your health. It is your service, okay, the ways in which you show up for yourself or to other people. So this can see you finding meaning in your work, doing meaningful work. Maybe this is working for a charity or for a non-for-profit. Maybe this is going to be you exploring the medical industry or alternative forms of healing and therapy. Okay, so this can see you maybe taking out a very significant loan. Maybe it's a loan, right? That's going to be like a mortgage that lasts for 3 decades, just as an example. But for others of you, this can be working with animal welfare. Okay, so the Neptune element is like it's going beyond you and it's going to help other people. And the Saturnian element is like it relates to your legacy that you want to create, that you want to leave behind, especially because Saturn rules over your 4th house. Okay, so the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in your 6th house can indicate a totally new approach to your physical health and vitality. What are you doing in the way of diet, nutrition, exercise, etc.? It can come through as like a massive epiphany. It can come through as you wanting to overcome certain addictions and vices. It can come through as you wanting to focus on Neptunian themes such as healing, yoga, meditation, music. And it's like, how can I make this my daily? How can I be of service to the world with maybe your artistic gifts and talents? Okay, so these are just a few different ways that can play out. I repeat, I would go ahead and watch my Saturn in Aries video plus my Neptune in Aries video to give you a more well-rounded idea of what you can expect, and that'll be 20 to 30 minutes worth of content, I believe. So on the 26th of February, Mercury is going to station retrograde in Pisces in your 5th house at 22 degrees, going back through till 8 degrees. So this will be until the 20th or the 21st of March, depending where you live in the world. Now, the 5th house is all about creativity, love, romance, children, your hobbies, your talents, your natural gifts, and all kinds of creative output, plus owning your own business. So if you do own your own business, then this may be a time where you are making significant changes, refining that, maybe giving it a bit of a facelift. Maybe you are looking to get a website redone. On a different note, this can see you picking an old project back up. Maybe that was writing a book, writing a novel. Maybe this is you working hard to launch a new project, a new business is actually what I meant to say. Or working really hard on your creative gifts and talents. This can see you maybe speaking to an ex, trying to get onto the same page. The 5th house rules over children, so maybe this is you discussing whether you should expand your family further. Maybe that's starting a family, maybe that's having another child, maybe this is looking at the ways in which you go about that. So that could be IVF or adoption or fostering, just as an example. And moving along the next day on the 27th, we're going to have the Sun conjunct the North Node in Pisces in your 5th house at 8 or 9 degrees, depending where you live in the world. So this can see you taking a bit of a risk when it comes to your creative projects that you want to work on. Maybe you're like, okay, I'm just going to sign up for this sport. I'm going to sign up for this public speaking competition or contest. And maybe you just feel like you really want to go for it in terms of starting your own business or starting a family. Like I said, if you do have children, then the Mercury retrograde here and the Sun North Node conjunction here can indicate that they're doing a bit of a life review. They're reconsidering what they want to do with their life, who they want to be in the world, who they're dating. And also, if you haven't been in contact with your child, if it's been like a no contact situation, then maybe this is you hearing from them or you being able to bury the hatchet. Okay, so certainly what's coming through here is an ability to if not get onto the same page as your child, then start to reopen the lines of communication. Also on the 27th, we do have Mars in Aquarius, which is your chart ruler, in your 4th house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 7th house. So there could be some unorthodox approaches that are coming through as it relates to parenting. On a different note, obviously not all of us are parents, I'm not myself. This could be that you are just experiencing a bit of tension in the home where it's just like, oh, it's uncomfortable, this person's in a really weird mood. So things can kind of blow up a little bit in the way of an argument, whether that's with your family or tenants or even flatmates. I will say, just a bit of a low-key warning here to be extra careful when it comes to your property, possessions, and valuables. Just because Mars in Aquarius square Uranus in Taurus in the 7th house could indicate, maybe someone attempting to break in. I don't say that lightly. This doesn't happen very often in the way of astrology, but it's worth a mention. Just lock your doors. There's simply no need to leave cars unlocked or doors unlocked. Okay, so lastly for the month, Scorpio, on the 28th, we've got Mercury retrograde conjunct with Venus in Pisces in your 5th house at 22 degrees. Again, the Sun is here, the North Node is here. So as it relates to love and relationships, this can see you finally coming together with that person that you're interested in, or perhaps you're looking to put yourself out there romantically speaking. Maybe you haven't been dating, maybe you've been out of the game for a while, or this could be like a huge creative breakthrough that you are having with the Mercury Venus conjunction. Okay, so it's definitely a positive time for all kinds of creative outlets and hobbies and passions. All right, Scorpio, thank you so much for watching your horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please do me a favor and give the video a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook as well, which is just Caistrology, if you're wanting to see more updates in between these videos. And lastly, I do actually offer private one-to-one readings. So if you're wanting a birth chart reading, an astrological forecast reading, or even a tarot reading, then please head to caistrology.com. The link's in the description. Thanks, Scorpio. And now let's move on to Sagittarius. Hi Sagittarius, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your February 2026 horoscope. So the month starts off with a full moon in Leo in your 9th house, and this will be occurring at 13 degrees. So the full moon is trining you which is super positive. And ultimately, full moons are going to illuminate something for us. We can feel like we're getting closure, a situation is reaching its peak, we're getting more clarity. Okay, so because this particular full moon is at 13 degrees, which is the Aries degree, it's a little bit more of a spicy number. Not to mention, I've just put it up on the screen there, but you can see that the full moon is actually opposing Pluto, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, which are all in Aquarius in your 3rd house. So in terms of unpacking it, the 9th house rules over our belief systems, whether these are religious, political, ideological, spiritual. It's like, how do you make sense of the world? How do you relate to what you understand about how the world basically works? And that can be in the way of creative intelligence, or even just like the man-made ways that it is set up, and how societies are run, how they're running or how they don't run. Okay, so the full moon in the 9th house can see you experiencing like a deprogramming, where it's like, this doesn't make sense to me anymore. I believed that the world worked this one way, but now I'm starting to believe that it works in another way. Okay, so you can be walking away from certain political views, religious views, or even spiritual views. This can be parting ways with someone who has been somewhat of a teacher for you, or a mentor, or a counselor. Why am I saying this? It's because 13 degrees is the Aries degree, and this moon in Leo is also opposite Mars, and it's in a wide opposition to Pluto too. So it's like, I want to cut, I want to break away from this belief system, from this teacher, from this way of viewing the world. It could even be to do with like how optimistic or pessimistic you feel you are. Okay, so what I am feeling for this is like, it's somewhat of a paradigm shift for you. Moving along though, if you are meant to travel during this time, there could be some unexpected changes, or I guess hurdles that come your way. So just remembering, guys, that this full moon energy is with you 1 to 2 weeks before the full moon, which would be from mid-January, through till 1 to 2 weeks after the full moon, which is taking us through till mid-February. Okay, so you can apply what I'm saying to that time period. This can also see there being the abrupt finish or conclusion to a legal matter, because the 9th house is associated with the law. Now, fortunately, this full moon in Leo is making a wide trine to Neptune in Aries, which is in your 5th house. So maybe this is to do with something being pardoned, something being forgiven. But the feeling here is that you need to fight for it, or that you need to push for it, if that is the case. On a different note, maybe you are getting something published, or this is something to do with import and export that you're having to resolve. And also the 9th house does relate to education on all levels. So maybe this is you wanting to challenge yourself and learn something. Like it's a challenge for you to learn this thing, or to integrate this thing. Or maybe you're a teacher yourself, and that is seeing you stepping outside of your comfort zone for such things. On the 7th of February, Mercury is going to enter the sign of Pisces. So Mercury will be transiting your 4th house. Now, Mercury is not super happy in Pisces. It is in detriment and fall. And what that means is, when we have Mercury retrogrades in Pisces, they feel extra Mercury retrograde-y. Okay, so the Mercury retrograde will not start until right at the end of the month, but the pre-shadow period will begin on the 18th of February. So that means sign your contracts before the 18th of February. Do what you need to do, set up those important meetings, have plans drawn up for your property, or, if it's something to do with you as a caregiver, if you have dependents, then you're going to want to organize these things before the 18th of February. At the very least, that is what I would advise. On the 10th of February, Venus is going to enter the sign of Pisces, which is Venus will enter Pisces, and this is very helpful for Mercury. Okay, so Venus is offering some support to Mercury here. So certainly from the 10th of February onwards, there is this concentrated focus on your property, your living situation, your tenants, your flatmates, your dependents, your immediate family members, anyone that you live with, and just like your property itself. Okay, so maybe this is also a look in at your parenting style, or more research that's being done into your ancestry and lineage, or maybe this is just actually spending some quality time with family members or entertaining at the home. On the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, Saturn will enter the sign of Aries. Okay, so Saturn will start trining your 5th house. This is great, Sagittarius, and the reason for that is that we are finally concluding the Saturn in Pisces transit, which has been wreaking havoc on all mutable signs, myself included as a Gemini rising, Virgo moon. And basically, this is going to stop putting so much pressure on your personal life, your family, your living situation, your relationships with family, and even simply put, like, your emotional self, right? Your emotional needs. So Saturn going through Pisces since March 2023 has been tricky, and it's really upped the ante basically in the last couple of months, and certainly the first 2 weeks of February. So come 13th or 14th of February, Saturn will be in Aries in your 5th house, and this is going to be there for another 2 years till April 2028. We already got a glimpse of this last year from between the 25th of May through till the 1st of September 2025. So you can cast your mind back. What happened in my life between the end of May and start of September? Because those are the themes that are going to be delved into over the next couple of years. I have a Saturn in Aries video out already, so you can watch that if you're wanting to look at highly detailed predictions for your sign. The link is in the description box below. I'm not going to discuss this transit in this forecast, but I will be talking about the Saturn-Neptune conjunction a little later. On the 17th of February, there will be a new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius in your 3rd house at 28 degrees. So this eclipse is just going to put it up on the screen. It is sextiling you, which is positive. Ultimately, new moons are all about, new moon eclipses, I mean to say, are all about like a new beginning or a new chapter starting that is quite amplified. So you can think of it as like a supercharged new chapter. And the 3rd house rules over contract. It rules over teamwork. It rules over things like certifications and diplomas and qualifications and licenses. So maybe you're looking to get some kind of qualification, get some sort of certification, get a diploma in something. Okay, become qualified in something, essentially. For others of you, maybe this is looking at starting a new business, because the 3rd house is one of the business houses in astrology. Maybe you're looking at developing a new website, launching a new social media profile or page, developing a new app or a new documentary, or maybe a new communications piece. Okay, because the 3rd house is associated with writing. Also, this is to do with your mindset. So how do I view the world? How do I think? I guess how you view the world is maybe more so the 9th house, but the 3rd house is like, how do I rationalize? How do I go about data references and data collection points? How do I make sense of it? How does my logical mind work? And this is where we see the monkey mind in the 3rd house. So the new moon in the 3rd house, the new moon eclipse here, can be asking you to really address that and try to transmute that or transform that, especially because we've got Pluto and Mars here as well. Maybe you're looking at getting a license for something, procuring a new vehicle, maybe working with a team. Maybe this is you embarking on a short form education course, or maybe an online course. And for others of you, this could be doing some sort of community work, like volunteering with your within your community, within your neighborhood, and so on and so forth. Or maybe a new chapter is starting with friends, neighbors, co-workers, clients, siblings, or extended relatives, okay? Because that's all ruled by the third house. All right, Sagittarius. So on the 18th or the 19th, we've got Pisces season starting. So that means that there will once again be this focus on your fourth house. So obviously we no longer have Saturn and Neptune here, but we do have Venus here. We do have Mercury and the Sun here. So ultimately there is still this focus for you on your property and your living situation, your family, your emotional needs as well. Okay, so on the 20th or the 21st of February, depending where you live in the world, we're going to have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction taking place in your 5th house at 0 degrees Aries. So this represents like the absolute raw potential, because 0 degrees Aries is the absolute beginning of the zodiac. Now, this is a very rare conjunction. It only happens every 35 to 36 years. The last one was in Capricorn in 1989. The next one will be in Gemini in 2061. The last time we had Neptune conjunct Saturn in Aries was over 300 years ago. So that was in 1703. All right, so ultimately we want to look at what the 5th house represents, what it rules over, and that is creativity of all kinds, whether that is your artistic gifts, natural talents, creative output, but then that's anything that you create, right? Like we create our own business, we create children, right? So Neptune is representative of your dreams, your fantasies, your divine inspiration, what you would love to give birth like into the world, and it's also associated with unconditional love as well, and our hopes and our ideals. And then Saturn, very different energy, of course, rules over discipline and hard work, foundations, having a good work ethic, structure, healthy boundaries, whereas Neptune is like no boundaries. And Saturn, you know, on a more harsh perspective, is like cruel and punishing, and you know, it rules over bullies and bullying. But I really believe Neptune is softening Saturn's energy, and in any case, Saturn and Neptune are trining you. Okay, so this is going to feel so vastly different to the energy of Saturn and Pisces. Sorry, the energy of Saturn and Neptune being in Pisces. So just a few different ways that this can play out. It can be starting your own business, starting a family, expanding your existing family further. This can be the pursuit of a creative outlet, something that's a passion for you. I don't even want to use the term hobby, because that's not enough. You know, Saturn and Neptune is like, I'm crazy about this idea. I want to give birth to it. This is like divinely inspired, divinely orchestrated. This is so much bigger than me as an individual. I need to do this because the world needs to see it, or I need to do this for my children. Or for the legacy that I want to create, because I want to leave my mark on the world, right? So in terms of how it will play out, you may not even be aware of what it is that this conjunction is like signified by, because the Neptunian element is a bit, it's like murky, you know, like things are not clear. So you may feel like you kind of know what you want to do, or you're just being intuitively led in a certain direction, but you can't really scale it at this point. You just need to begin it, and you just need to know and trust that this is a step in the right direction. So pay attention to your thoughts, dreams, creative ideas, write them all down, make a note of who are you meeting, what things are you doing in February, because these may be important to you in the months and the years to come. All right, so if you have children, then this can indicate that there's a powerful, powerful new chapter that is starting in the lives of one of your children, one or more of your children. Okay, so and like I said, this can be you starting a family as well. Okay, so let's just keep it moving. On the 26th of February, we've got Mercury stationing retrograde in Pisces at 22 degrees in your 4th house. So Mercury will be retrograde here until the 20th or the 21st of March, depending where you live in the world. And so this is more 4th house energy. This can be you revising or rethinking your living situation. Who are my flatmates? Who are my tenants? Who am I living with? Who do I want to be living with? Maybe this is a sibling that's coming back to move in with you. Maybe this is a child that's coming back to live with you, or even friends that are staying with you. On a different note, this can be getting back in touch with a family member, so reopening the lines of communication. Maybe this is someone you haven't spoken to in a really long time. Not gonna lie, Mercury retrograde in Pisces could be unearthing secrets or information about your family, about your ancestry, about your lineage, maybe revising your parenting style, maybe having very important clarifying conversations with people in your immediate family. If you were thinking of starting a family before, then maybe the retrograde is like, okay, let's take that. Let's pursue that. Or maybe you're putting that on pause if that's something you had been trying to move ahead with in recent times. Okay, so on the 27th of February, the Sun is going to conjunct the North Node at 8 or 9 degrees, depending where you live in the world, in your 4th house. So this is like indicative of wanting to change your living situation and or change your existing property, maybe renovating it, maybe looking to invest or give it like a huge facelift. This can indicate that you are maybe wanting to do something that involves farming, agriculture, gardening, something to do with enclosures, sheds, and that kind of thing, because the North Node rules over like modern technology, but the 4th house rules over all kinds of property as well as enclosures. So maybe you're wanting to relocate, maybe you're wanting to blend your family with your significant other, or perhaps there's something kind of surprising or shocking that one of your parents is revealing to you and you're like, Mom, Dad, like, how could you? That's so random of you, right? So also on the 27th, we've got Mars in Aquarius in your 3rd house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 6th house. So because the following day we've got the Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus happening, Mercury retrograde Venus conjunction happening, and all these planets in Pisces are trining Jupiter in Cancer, I feel like that kind of alleviates some of the harshness of the Mars-Uranus square. But in any case, at the end of the month, things can go awry when it comes to work projects, teams that you work with, people that you manage, courses that you are undertaking during this period of time, or even just like your daily habits and responsibilities. So that's something to be mindful of. And on the very last day of the month, we've got Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus at 22 degrees in your 4th house. And immediately what comes through is closure, clarity. I know what I want to do with this family situation or with my property and my living situation. Maybe this is getting excited about interior design, or like reupholstering furniture, repositioning things. And I'm also getting a lot of healing energy that comes through with family members or with people that you live with. Okay, Sagittarius, that's all I have for you for your February horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please do me a favor and give the video a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I am also on Facebook and Instagram as well, which is just the Caistrology handle. And I do offer private one-to-one astrology readings plus tarot readings, so you can find that at my website, caistrology.com. Thank you so much, Sagittarius, and now let's move on to Capricorn. Hi Capricorn Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your February 2026 horoscope. So for you guys, this is a pretty pivotal month, if not the most important month of 2026 for you. And that's because your chart ruler, Saturn, is going to be closing out a 3-year transit, which started in March 2023. It is also closing out a nearly 30-year-long cycle and starting a new one. Okay, so the first 2 weeks of the month may feel vastly different to the second 2 weeks of the month. The final 2 weeks of the month. Okay, so let's start from the top though. On the 1st or 2nd of February, depending where you live in the world, there will be a full moon in Leo at 13 degrees in your 8th house. Okay, so full moons are a time of things being illuminated, things like coming to a head or reaching a peak. Okay, so with this full moon occurring at 13 degrees, that is the Aries degree. And so that can be quite fast paced in energy. I'm just going to put it up on the screen for you, right? So it's like, I want to break free of this. I want to be independent. And then of course the full moon is opposing all of these planets in Aquarius in your 2nd house. So ultimately, with the full moon opposing Pluto and Mars and Venus and Mercury, it appears to me that you're saying no to something, you're breaking free of something, or perhaps you are having to assert yourself. So the 8th house rules over mutual resources. So this is like joint investments, joint bank accounts, joint property ownership, child custody, child support money, alimony money, and money that we make through other people. So it's quite like a lucrative house, and it is a money house in astrology. This could indicate that you are fighting for what is rightfully yours. This could be in the way of joint investments, joint bank accounts, property ownership, all those things that I mentioned, or child custody battle, or child support money, maybe alimony money. Okay, so on one hand, it could be like, I'm seeking these things. I'm, wanting to restructure our child custody arrangement. For others of you, it's like, I'm paying too much. I don't want you to have access to these resources anymore. I'm saying no to enabling you or giving away my resources when I don't think that it is fair or just or necessary. Okay, so for others of you, there may be like an insurance claim or battle that you are going through around this time. And maybe some of you are like contesting a will or contesting an inheritance outcome. Okay, so obviously we're starting off on quite a bold note, Capricorn, but I know you guys, I know you like to hear things in a direct and forthright manner. That's what I'm here to deliver. So for others of you, this could be a breakthrough with a psychologist, with a therapist, with like self-introspective work that you are doing. This can be you fighting to overcome an addiction, overcome a fear or an insecurity. And I really think that you will be victorious. Why? It's because the moon is in a wide trine to Neptune in Aries at 0 degrees. So I think that Neptune is offering support in the way of resources, forgiveness, unconditional love, being pardoned for something, generosity, and also Neptune can sort of like free us from things. It can absolve us from certain things. Okay, so moving along, Capricorn, on the 7th of February, Mercury is going to enter the sign of Pisces. So Mercury will be transiting your 3rd house for a good 2 months through till the 14th of April. It's there for such a long time because we do have a Mercury retrograde that is going to occur at the end of the month. So the pre-shadow period for the Mercury retrograde does occur, or start, I should say, on the 18th of February. So that means get your important meetings in, get your contracts signed, release things out in terms of like a press release, social media, new websites, like get that stuff done before the 18th of February, because I promise you this Mercury retrograde will be extra Mercury retrograde-y. That is because Mercury is in detriment and in fall in the sign of Pisces. So even without the retrograde, Mercury's not happy in Pisces. That doesn't mean if you natally have Mercury in Pisces that there's something wrong with you. No, planets in detriment or fall have their own special gifts and talents. I've got Mars in Cancer, and that's working for me just fine, kind of. So, people with Mercury in Pisces natally can be brilliant writers, artists, musicians, engineers, and visionaries and creatives. I digress. On the 10th of February, Venus is going to enter Pisces in your third house, and Venus is exalted in Pisces. So Venus is helping Mercury out, which is great. So this can see you being really focused on education, learning, socializing, catching up with friends, spending time with friends, with siblings, maybe socializing with co-workers or schmoozing at networking events with, prospective clients. On the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, we're going to see Saturn finally leaving Pisces in your third house, and it will enter Aries in your fourth house. We already got a glimpse of this last year between the 25th of May and the 1st of September. Okay, so this is a 3-year long transit, but guess what? We've only got another 2 years to go through till like April 2028. Now, yes, this is a new 3-year transit. Yes, this is a new 29.5-year cycle. But I've actually already got a video out on Saturn in Aries. So you can click on the link in the description box below if you're wanting to check out my predictions there. Each sign gets 10 to 15 minutes for predictions. So it's very comprehensive, if I say so myself. I will definitely be talking about the Saturn-Neptune conjunction though, so just bear with me. On the 17th of February, we have the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius in your second house. I'm going to put that up on the screen now for you to take a look at. So new moon solar eclipses are like a new moon, but on steroids, as I like to say, and other people like to say. And so basically this is a new chapter as it relates to your personal income. I know Capricorns love to talk about this. Finances, resources, but then beyond that, your personal values, your self-esteem, and how you nourish and nurture yourself. So this can indicate that you're maybe generating a new stream of income. Maybe there are new ways and means through which you are going to make money. You may be investing a lot of money in something, or procuring an important investment, or purchasing an asset. For others of you, this can indicate that you're ready to really do like an overhaul in terms of your pricing structure. And maybe this is something completely new. You could be investing in things that are going to help your business in some way, shape, or form. Okay, so the reason I say that is because for you have Scorpio as your 10th house, and we've got Mars kind of conjunct the new moon solar eclipse. So it's like, okay, I'm investing in this new thing for my business, for my career, and for like my long-term future. On a different note, this can see you looking at nourishing and nurturing yourself, and just basically having like a real paradigm shift as it relates to how you take care of your body. For others of you, maybe you're wanting to pursue dental work or dental treatment. This can indicate that you're maybe adopting a totally new diet. Maybe it's quite radical in nature, even if it's only temporary. And for others of you, maybe you're wanting to do like a total overhaul as it relates to your wardrobe, or maybe just things that you have in storage, like wanting to live a more minimalist life. Okay, or perhaps you are investing in some important technology or like AI services, because it is #Aquarius energy. And yeah, that's about it for the solar eclipse. I guess if there was anything else, maybe there's an interest coming through in, hang on. What sign am I up to? I'm up to Capricorn, and I said Scorpio was the ruler of your 10th house, which is incorrect. Okay, scratch that. Okay, Capricorn, as I was saying, more lost now. New moon solar eclipse in your second house. Everything I said about personal income, finances, resources, self-esteem, dental work, diet, that all still applies to you. The only thing that doesn't is Scorpio is not your 10th house cusp. Anyway, so maybe you're going to take an interest in cooking, farming, or agriculture. And moving along though, on the 18th or the 19th, we are going to see the beginning of Pisces season. So the sun is going to enter the sign of Pisces, which means it will be joining Venus and Mercury here in your third house. And then on the 20th or the 21st, we've got the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries in your fourth house at 0 degrees. So Saturn is, of course, your ruling planet, Capricorn, and this is a very rare conjunction. It only happens every 35 to 36 years. The last one that we had was in 1989, and that was in your sign. We had 3 conjunctions that year in Capricorn. The next one will be in Gemini in 2061, and we've got the last time we had it in Aries was over 300 years ago in the year 1703. Okay, so ultimately Saturn, as a lot of you know, is all about structure, foundations, discipline, hard work, laying the solid foundations for what we want to achieve or deliver in the future. And it's really about crossing your T's, dotting your I's, and playing the long game. This is not a short-term goal. This is not a short-term venture. This is not something that will be built overnight. It won't even be designed in a short period of time. And then Neptune is like your ideals, your hopes, your dreams, your wishes, your divine inspiration. And now we need to anchor this into the fourth house and what the fourth house rules over, which of course is property and your living situation. Now, of course, this can go far beyond your apartment that you live in, or the home that you want to buy. This can be to do with farming, agriculture, having land, environmental work, taking care of the land, being a custodian of the land, or this can be to do with living in a community, creating some sort of infrastructure for a community that you want to live in, that you want to exist, and not just exist but thrive in. Okay, so there can be some real lofty goals, ambitions, and dreams when it comes to how you want to live off the land, on your land, your living situation. Maybe this is not in terms of like a collective group, but this could be to do with a family that you're raising, or the future family that you're planning to raise. Or if you've got children, this can be like, I'm working on this for my children or for my grandchildren. Okay, so there's many different ways that this can play out. The fourth house is also associated with vehicles as well. So maybe you're engineering some sort of something to do with like the automotive industry, ships, shipbuilding, and what have you. Or maybe this is to do with getting into construction, building, and so on and so forth. Of course, this can be playing out on the level of family, right? So bringing the family together, starting your family. Maybe this is you as like an elder in your family, like stepping into the role of parent, stepping into the role of grandparent. Maybe this is to do with you taking on the role of caregiver, whether that's for your parents, whether that's for your children. Maybe it's like a fourth house career for you, you know, as a midwife, as a doula, as someone who works in aged care or disability, right? So there's so many different ways that this can play out. But ultimately, the next 35 years, we're touching on those pillars: family, property, land, being a caregiver. Okay, plus this is to do with your emotional world, emotional healing. Like, who are you at your core? And just like rebuilding that so strongly that you're just unshakable in your foundation of self, Okay, so Capricorn, do go ahead and watch my Saturn in Aries video and my Neptune in Aries video. I think it's an important watch for you. It's just a suggestion. It's up to you. I've got the link for the Saturn in Aries video in my description, and I'll retrospectively go and add the Neptune one as well. So moving along, Capricorn, on the 26th of February, we're going to have the Mercury retrograde in Pisces take place. So this is from the 26th of February through till the 20th or the 21st of March, depending where you live in the world. So this will be in your third house. Of course, Venus is here, the Sun is here, the North Node is here. So Mercury retrogrades in the third house is certainly very Mercury retrograde-y indeed. This can see you re-signing contracts, reviewing contracts, revising them, maybe breaking them. Like breaking lease as an example. This can see you maybe experiencing a reunion, co-workers, team members, fellow peers. So maybe this is like a school reunion or something of that nature. This can see you completing a course that you had pushed the pause button on. Maybe you're having to resit a test, resit an exam. Maybe you are applying again, again being the operative word here, for a certain certification, diploma or qualification, or you could be studying really, really hard to, I guess, attain that, right? So maybe you're giving your social media pages a bit of a facelift with the Mercury retrograde. Maybe you're redoing a website, or you're having to fix a website or an app that you had released. For others of you, it's a good time to get your car checked, just like routine maintenance. Okay, so maybe you want to take it to a mechanic. Not the best time to buy a new car, if I can say that much. But for others of you, this can be like rereading certain books, re-watching impactful TED Talks, podcasts, etc. Just gleaning as much information as you can from that. And then lastly, maybe this is you hearing from an old friend, an old neighbor, co-worker, hearing back from clients. This is a good time to do like a touching base with your clients. So maybe releasing a newsletter, or just making them aware of your updated services and offerings. And for some of you, this could be reconnecting with a sibling or an extended relative, if I didn't say that already. So nearing the end of your horoscope, Capricorn, on the 27th, we are going to see the Sun conjunct the North Node at 8 or 9 degrees, depending where you live in the world, in Pisces, in your third house. So this can be like a new project that comes out of nowhere. You're wanting to get qualified in a certain thing. Maybe you're going straight to the top in terms of getting a qualification, or it's like, I've got this in the bag and now I'm ready to, experiment with this new certification. Maybe this is you wanting to pursue an important new project, whether that's a written piece, a documentary, or what have you. Maybe starting a podcast. Maybe you've been working on it for a while and it's ready, and you're like, to hell with the Mercury retrograde, I'm going to launch it anyway, which is exactly what I did, by the way, which I don't recommend, but I did it and here we are. Also on the 27th, we've got Mars in Aquarius in your second house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your fifth house at 27 degrees. So this can be some sort of urgency where it's like taking a risk with your finances, with starting your own business. Maybe this is to do with investing in your hobbies, your passions, some sort of creative project, maybe resources or equipment for such things. I will say that this can indicate maybe being triggered by conversations about your income, your personal values, your resources, and that triggering could come through from like your child, a student of yours, like a younger person in your life, or perhaps even your significant other, as represented by the fifth house. Obviously, it doesn't have to be those things. I guess another way that this can play out is abruptly changing your diet, removing something from your diet or the ways in which you indulge yourself, or perhaps this is making some sort of pledge to stop gambling. You know, maybe this is addressing an addiction in the way of porn or sex. I'm just sort of blending the second house and the fifth house themes together. Okay, so lastly, on the 28th, we've got Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus at 22 degrees of Pisces in your third house. So this can be love with a co-worker, a fellow student, a peer, a client, a neighbor, a friend of a friend. Okay, so because of the nature of this Mercury retrograde, to me, this is like someone you're already aware of, someone you maybe already had a thing with. Okay, so it could be like fanning those flames once again, or it's just like, oh, I didn't know you were interested in me in that way, and now I'm taking things further with you. Of course, that's not going to be for everybody. For others, it could be that you are feeling very divinely inspired to create, to write, to communicate, to produce content, or to study something. And I dare say this would be something that you were already interested in. Okay, Capricorn, that's all I have for you for your February horoscope. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. And if you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Enjoy your month ahead. And now let's move on to Aquarius. Hi Aquarius, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your February horoscope. So, what an exciting month for you. What an exciting time to be alive. We've got an Aquarius eclipse, a solar eclipse happening in Aquarius mid-month. So definitely stay tuned for that. But let's start from the beginning, shall we? So on the 1st or the 2nd of February, depending where you live in the world, there will be a full moon in Leo at 13 degrees in your 7th house. Okay, full moons are active 1 to 2 weeks before the full moon and 1 to 2 weeks after the new moon. So certainly it's active now as I'm live streaming and will be until mid February. In any case, we better get it up on the screen for you to take a look at. So this is occurring in your 7th house, like I mentioned. It is at 13 degrees, which is the Aries degree. And of course, as you can see here, it is opposite Mars, Pluto, Venus, Mercury, not in that order. And so it's a spicy meatball. And this can indicate that there is an abrupt change to agreements, contracts, promises, obligations. Now, that can be existing ones, or that can be like you having to maybe quickly respond to someone who's wanting to engage your services. So just a few different ways that this can play out. It can be like breaking a lease, abruptly quitting your job, telling a client that you guys aren't compatible and you're not prepared to do the work anymore. Or if you are in a one-to-one relationship already, this can see you wanting to call it quits. So maybe this is with a coach, maybe this is with a personal trainer, a mentor, or a tutor. You could be on either end of that, whether that's you receiving their services or you being the one who offers the services. I just see that there's like some, speedy reaction times happening here, maybe being triggered, you or them, or both, and just being like, nah, this isn't working for me. Okay, it does not have to be the end. For some of you, this could just be like a little flare up, a little blowout, and then you're able to like restore calm, peace and balance into the relationship. But I just wanted to mention that is these things are possibilities for you. And for others of you, it could be like, oh, I promised to mow my neighbor's lawn every Saturday morning, and I've been doing that for 3 months, and I'm like, hey, listen, but I can't do that anymore unless you pay me. Okay, so it can be as simple as just reneging on something that you had committed to. Right, so for those of you who are in romantic relationships, yes, this can spell a bit more tension, or let's just say tempers running high or higher than usual. So just be mindful of that, okay? Because this full moon is opposite Pluto and Mars, which can lead to saying things that we wish we didn't say. So Aquarius, I haven't mentioned this for all the other signs except for Taurus, but for you, I shall. On the 4th of February, Uranus, which is one of your ruling planets, will station direct in Taurus in your 4th house at 27 degrees. So this can be sudden clarity or insight that comes through as it relates to family dynamics, your family relationships, people that you live with, tenants, and maybe your living situation. Okay, so maybe it's like, I want to move out, or this person's going to move out, or I know what I want to do in terms of my living situation going forward. So on the 7th of February, Mercury is going to enter the sign of Pisces, and Mercury is going to spend a good couple months here in your 2nd house through till the 14th of April. And that's because we've got a Mercury retrograde that is going to occur at the very end of the month. So really from the 7th of February for the next couple of months, there is such a big focus on your personal income, your finances, your resources, and then extending beyond income and valuables and resources. This is also like your self-esteem, how you care for yourself, how you nourish yourself, your personal values, as well as some other things as well, which we will touch on. On the 10th of February, Venus will enter Pisces. Venus is exalted in Pisces, which means it loves to be in Pisces, and it will be there until the 5th of March, okay, transiting your 2nd house. So Venus is naturally associated with 2nd house energy, so this can see you feeling very creatively inspired, very artistic. Maybe there's a big focus on self-care, massage, rest, going out to eat, maybe being a bit more indulgent with your purchases during this period of time, or wanting to invest in certain things. Okay, so maybe you're wanting to enhance your appearance, especially because the 2nd house rules over our wardrobe, plus like the lower half of the face, beauty, hair. So maybe this is to do with how you're presenting yourself, how you're styling yourself, dental work, and I think I mentioned your wardrobe. Yes, I did. Okay, so on the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, we're going to see Saturn, which is your traditional ruling planet, change signs. So it's leaving your 2nd house, which, by the way, spells good news for your finances and resources, and then it's going to enter your 3rd house. All right, so maybe since March 2023, it's just been harder to earn money or hold on to money. Maybe there's been a lot of financial responsibilities, burdens, and commitments, and then Saturn leaving Pisces can start to free you up, although we still have like the Mercury retrograde here and Venus in Pisces, so you're not necessarily out of the woods yet. In any case, Saturn is transiting your 3rd house as of the 13th or 14th of February, and that will be for another couple of years until April 2028. We got a glimpse of this transit between the end of May and the beginning of September of 2025. I'm not going to go into detail in this video because I've already done that in another video, so you can check out my Saturn in Aries video if you are wanting to see more more content, if you're wanting to see my predictions for that. So there's 10 to 15 minutes per sign, and the link is in the description box below. On the 17th, we've got a new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius. So this is the big one for you guys. Again, I'm going to put that up on the screen. It's at 28 degrees in your 1st house. Now, every year you'll have a new moon in your 1st house, right? But it's going to be far more intense because it is a new moon solar eclipse, which means it's a powerful new beginning that is starting. This is the first eclipse you've had in your sign for like 8 or 9 years. So this can indicate that you are wanting to completely change the trajectory that you're on. This can be your life path, this can be your career, this can be with relationships that you're in, or collaborations that you are participating in, okay, because it is activating that first 7th house axis. But for others of you, this is like, what am I creating? Am I being authentic? How am I presenting myself? Who do I want to be? How do I want to come across? How do I want to look? So there can be a real focus on your physical appearance. I want to look more healthy. I want to be I want to have more vitality and higher energy levels. So this can be like a whole health journey that you're going on, or a journey with your physical body, and either making changes to it or making peace with it. For others of you, this can be meeting someone special, getting into a new relationship. Okay, it's a new moon eclipse in the 1st house, which triggers your 7th house. For some of you, this can be finding out that you're pregnant, or wanting to, you know, embark on that chapter of your life, right? So there's just a lot of different ways that this can play out. But rest assured that in the month of February, maybe even in early January or in March, there's something new that's coming online for you. Who do I want to be? What do I want to do with my life? What legacy do I want to create? What do I want to do for work? What do I find meaningful? Whom do I feel fulfilled by? How are my one-to-one relationships? What do I want to offer in my work, in my clients, in my services? And, you know, there's this element of urgency with this eclipse, because it is in the sign of Aquarius, and we've got Mars and Pluto here. So it feels like a download comes in, you have an awakening, or just like a realization, and you're like, oh my God, I need to change this now, yesterday, you know. So there's like an abruptness to this eclipsey energy. And, you know, for others of you, this can relate to your sexuality. So maybe you've been celibate for a long time. Maybe you haven't been intimate with someone for a long time. And then the eclipse conjunct Mars is like, no, like I do want this in my life again. Okay. Or maybe exploring a different aspect of your sexuality. Last thing with the eclipse is that it can relate to a change in property and living situation, because it is at 28 degrees, which is the Cancer degree. Okay, Aquarius. So moving along on the 18th or the 19th, depending where you live in the world, Pisces season is going to begin. Okay, so the sun is going to finish up its cycles through Aquarius. Also, happy birthday to you Aquarius suns. And then it's going to be transiting your 2nd house. And then on the 20th or the 21st, we've got the Saturn-Neptune conjunction taking place. So this is at 0 degrees of Aries in your 3rd house. Now, this conjunction is sextiling you, which is fortunate. And basically, it's the beginning of a new 35-year cycle, right? The next one's not until 2061. It'll be in Gemini. P.S. The previous Saturn-Neptune conjunction was in 1989 in Capricorn. And then we also had, our last Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries was actually in the year 1703. Crazy. So 0 degrees of Aries is like the raw potential of anything and everything. It's the beginning of the entire zodiac. So let me just preface this by saying that you're not going to get the whole picture in this forecast. You could watch 100 astrology videos and you wouldn't get a well-rounded idea of what to expect, because Neptune is occluding things, you know, from your vision. It's got a bit of a veil over this situation. So it's like you're feeling divinely inspired. You can feel that there's like this brand new chapter that is starting in your life, but you're not exactly sure where that's leading you. You just know that it's leading you on. So Saturn is your traditional chart ruler, which means that transits that Saturn makes, conjunctions, aspects, this impacts you personally. The 3rd house rules over education, course content, certifications, diplomas, qualifications, and what have you. So maybe this is indicative of you creating some kind of course content, but it would be meaningful and it wouldn't be something small. This would be like part of the legacy that you are creating and leaving behind. This is no like small feat where Saturn is involved and a 35-year cycle is involved. So Saturn is asking you to lay the foundations, to be disciplined, to be structured, to put in the hard work, to make sure that your ethics are aligned and that you do have a code of ethics and a moral compass that you are following. It's also asking you to refine your priorities and to actually step into this high level position of leadership, right? And to take on high level responsibilities. Whereas Neptune is very much associated with mysticism, spirituality, religion, faith, your dreams, your fantasies, divine inspiration, unconditional love, hopes, ideals, healing. So we're like blending these things together, right? So maybe this is to do with something that relates to healing as a modality, the arts, medicine. Maybe this is to do with creativity, psychology, therapy, something artistic that you are producing. So that could be like a novel, a film, maybe a documentary, or perhaps you're starting an important social media profile, a new website, a new business. The third house is a business house. So of course there are just a lot of different ways that this can play out. If you do want to get a well-rounded idea of what this transit can hold for you or mean for you, then I would go ahead and watch my Saturn in Aries video, which is in the link in the description box below. Plus I would also watch the Neptune in Aries video, which I will add there as well. And so moving along, Aquarius, on the 26th of February, we've got Mercury stationing retrograde in Pisces at 22 degrees, back through till 8 degrees. So this will be in your second house. All right, so this will be until the 20th or the 21st of March, depending where you live in the world. And the second house is all about your personal income, finances, resources, self-esteem, personal values, plus a bunch of other things, which we'll touch on. So this can be a time where you're maybe having to pay someone back. Maybe you are waiting for money to be returned to you. This can be like the restructuring of your finances and your resources, finding valuables and possessions that were lost or having them returned to you. This can see you working really hard to elevate your self-esteem or to really refine your personal values. It's also one of the property houses in astrology, so there could be a big focus on property if you do own property, or maybe even looking at purchasing assets or just like reorganizing your wealth, finances and expenses, okay, especially if you own your own business. And also the second house rules over dental work, diet, food. So maybe this is you having to get some sort of dental work touched up, okay? I wouldn't be going for something new. I wouldn't be like getting veneers done if you've never had that done. This is really about touching up, fixing, getting a checkup, getting a second opinion, okay? So no new dental work unless it's absolutely necessary. That's possible. I guess what I'm saying is no new cosmetic dental work, like only if it's necessitated. By all means, if you've got issues there, like go and get them fixed. So I guess I should say a little disclaimer here that I'm not a dentist or a medical professional or practitioner. So just trust your own discernment and listen to your own inner guidance. On the 27th, the sun will conjunct the North Node in Pisces in your second house at 8 or 9 degrees, depending where you live in the world. So this can be like a new investment, a new asset that you are procuring. Maybe this is some sort of new technology that you're wanting to invest in as well, because the North Node is associated with technology. Okay, so maybe you're wanting to learn about finances and resources and educate yourself further. On the same day, on the 27th, we've got Mars in Aquarius in your first house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your fourth house at 27 degrees. So this particular aspect is cushioned by everything that we've got in Pisces trining Jupiter in Cancer. But in any case, there can be an abrupt need to attend to a family member who is in need. So maybe someone is calling on you for emotional support. This can indicate a bit of like a blowout in terms of a disagreement with a family member, a tenant, a flatmate, or even your significant other or your child. I guess your child's a family member. For others of you, this could indicate that you are deciding or needing to relocate quite abruptly. Could even be temporary, right? So for example, maybe your brother was meant to look after your mum's house while she was on a trip, and something's happened where he's no longer available, and so you're now needing to take over that responsibility. Okay, so do just be careful when it comes to securing your belongings, your house, locking doors, windows, and cars, because there is like a heightened chance of break-ins during this time. Not to freak anyone out, but to be forewarned is to be forearmed. And then lastly, we will have Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus at 22 degrees Pisces in your second house. So this can indicate that you may be receiving a large sum of money, or from someone who maybe owes you money, or paying back a large sum of money, or this could be like having a valuable or a possession that is returned to you. And on a different note, maybe this is you actually really focusing on how you nurture yourself, how you nourish yourself, like investing in, as they call it, self-care. And also the second house is very creative, and so is Venus. So maybe there's like a creative project that you're looking at returning to. Okay, Aquarius, that's all I have for you for your February horoscope. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. And if you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Enjoy your month ahead. Hope that the eclipse brings through some sort of positive new chapter, a new beginning for you. If you want to see more content from me, I am also on Instagram and Facebook. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. That's enough from me, Aquarius. Enjoy your month ahead. And now let's move on to Pisces. Hi Pisces Sun, Moon and Risings, welcome to your February 2026 horoscope. So, wow, you guys are going to be so activated this month. Let's start off by just highlighting the fact that Saturn will be closing out its cycle through Pisces for the first half of the month. So the first 2 weeks of February are going to feel vastly different to the second half of the month. Okay, so Saturn will be finishing up its 3-year-long transit / its 30-year-long cycle in this month. Okay, during this month. So I just want to make you aware that you may feel like there's a lot of mounting pressure during the first couple weeks of the month. So emotions can be running high. There may be some sort of peak moment for you, maybe even like an emotional crisis or big release that happens in the first 2 weeks. So definitely take good care of yourself with Saturn being in Pisces in those last moments there. And just know that, you know, Venus is coming in to support you. Okay, but let's really start from the top. So on the 1st or the 2nd of February, depending where you live in the world, we're going to have a new moon in Leo, and that will be in your 6th house at 13 degrees. So the 6th house relates to our work, how we show up in terms of being of service. It also represents our employees, our health, our health habits and physical exercise routines and what have you, plus a bunch of other things. So full moons represent the closing out of a chapter, or certainly getting closure, or a situation reaching its peak. So because this full moon is at 13 degrees, which is the Aries degree, and it is also opposite Pluto, Mars, Venus and Mercury, to me, this indicates like an abrupt paradigm shift, or a realization that you're going to need to change some things in your life. And maybe I should rephrase that. You're going to want to change some things in your life. And I really think that this will pertain to your daily habits and routines and health matters as well, where it's like, okay, I'm burning myself out by doing this. I need to address my diet, or I need to up my exercise routine, or I want to start taking certain supplements, or I want to get answers for, you know, why I'm feeling this way. Okay, so that doesn't mean that I'm foreshadowing something for you, Pisces. No, it's more about doing the needful, as I like to say, to ensure that you are, I guess, feeling your best, right? So there can be like a real positive shift here where you get the motivation that you need to start changing your habits and routines for the better. And I dare say this is about cutting something out, because 13 degrees is the Aries degree. And of course, like I said, the full moon is opposite Mars, and Mars rules over cutting things out, right? So it's like, okay, I'm eliminating sugar, or I'm eliminating gluten, or I'm drastically reducing certain things. Okay, so this is a great time to overcome habits, addictions, vices, etc. For those of you who have employees, maybe you're looking at letting an employee go, or you're parting ways. For others of you, you may be paying off a loan or a debt, or squaring something away. And in terms of the 6th house, it rules over conflicts and problems. But the thing is, the full moon opposite Mars is like, that helps you to fight. That helps you to overcome conflicts and problems. It helps you to be assertive. Okay, so if there's some sort of injustice that is occurring in your workplace or with an employee, this can see you taking matters into your own hands and being like, okay, no more Mr. Nice Guy or girl or whatever. It's time to take the gloves off, right? So Pisces, moving along. On the 7th, we're going to have Mercury entering Pisces. So it will be transiting your first house, and it will be transiting your first house for a good 2 months until the 14th of April. So this is a much longer transit than normal for Pisces, and that's because later in the month we will have the retrograde cycle occurring. So the pre-shadow period will begin on the 18th of February, meaning have your important conversations before then. Sign important contracts before. Get things in writing, because come 18th of February, it's going to be harder to, I guess, keep track of certain agreements and arrangements and get people to come to the table and, I guess, put their money where their mouth is. In any case, this is a time where you can be extremely creatively inspired, especially when it comes to poetry, photography, film, acting, anything to do with writing and communications. On the 10th of February, Venus is going to enter Pisces. So Venus is exalted in Pisces, which means it loves to be in Pisces, and will be transiting your first house until the 1st of March. So Mercury and Venus here can see you feeling very creatively inspired, coming across as very diplomatic, very graceful, very charming, very elegant, and very attractive. Okay, so Venus in your first house can see you feeling better about yourself in terms of self-esteem, maybe working more, I want to say working, but enhancing your appearance. So maybe you're finding new ways of applying makeup or styling your hair, or maybe this is to do with how you dress, your wardrobe, how you present yourself, or perhaps this is to do with your creative pursuits. So maybe this is like painting, writing, drawing, singing, dancing, etc., etc. So it's definitely a heightened time for love and romance. I repeat, this is the 10th of February through till the 5th of March. On the 13th or the 14th of February, depending where you live in the world, Saturn is going to enter the sign of Aries in your 3rd house. So Saturn will be here for another 2 years until April 2028. We already got a glimpse of this from the end of May, 25th of May, through till the 1st of September last year in 2025. I'm not going to discuss it in this horoscope because I've already put out a Saturn in Aries video, which you can find in the link in the description box below. Each sign's predictions are like 10 to 15 minutes long, so it's very comprehensive, and I recommend that you check it out. And if you like it, please like the video. On the 17th of February, we're going to have the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius. So I'm going to put that up on the screen. It's occurring at 28 degrees in your 12th house. Now, the 12th house in astrology is one of the hidden houses in astrology. So we don't always experience new moons and full moons and eclipses in like a tangible way in the 12th house, but nevertheless, let me lay out a few different ways that this can play out for you. So first of all, new moon solar eclipses are like new moons, but amplified. So it's like a supercharged new chapter and powerful new beginning that's starting in your life. And so this is going to play out in relation to 12th house themes: psychology, therapy, esotericism, music, yoga, meditation, retreats. So for example, like a spiritual retreat, a yoga retreat, far and far away places, anything artistic and creative in nature, like poetry, acting, photography, etc. So there can be some new beginning that's happening here. Working with a new psychologist or a therapist, studying something esoteric in nature. Maybe that's astrology, maybe that's Reiki, maybe that's hypnotherapy. Maybe this is like a new creative project as it relates to the fine arts or music, singing, and so on and so forth. Maybe this is a new journey that you're going on with yoga, with meditation, or perhaps this is you relocating to a far and far away place. All right, so that is a curveball way that can play out, although that's not going to be for everybody. And the 12th house is associated with our hidden fears and our insecurities, okay? Not unlike the 8th house. And basically it rules over things like escapism, self-medicating, substance abuse issues and that kind of thing. So the new moon solar eclipse here can see you working really hard to overcome certain mental health issues, to give up certain addictions, whether that's with alcohol or drugs or prescription medication. All right, so there may be an opportunity for you to seek out help, or maybe you are reaching out for help. In any case, this particular eclipse is conjunct Mars, which represents that there is some sort of action-oriented element to it, where you'll be very motivated with whatever new beginning is coming through for you. Okay, Pisces, so on the 18th or the 19th of February, depending where you live in the world, Pisces season will start. So a big happy birthday to you, Pisces. Let me know when your birthday is in the comments section below, so we can all wish you a happy birthday. On the 20th or the 21st of February, depending where you live in the world, we will have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction occurring at 0 degrees Aries in your second house. Okay, so the second house is all about your personal income, your finances, your resources, assets, plus personal values and self-esteem. It is one of the property houses in astrology, and it is also associated with farming, agriculture, and creative pursuits as well. So the creative houses are very much the 2nd, the 5th, and the 12th houses. In any case, let's unpack this, right? So first of all, this is a new 35 to 36 year cycle that is commencing. The next one won't be until 2061 in the sign of Gemini. The last one we had was in 1989 in Capricorn. And we haven't had the Saturn-Neptune conjunction take place in Aries for over 300 years. So the last one was 1703. So Neptune is your modern chart ruler, okay, whereas your traditional chart ruler would be Jupiter. The point being that this will have more of an impact on you than other people, unless they have, Saturn or Neptune as their chart ruler. So Neptune rules over our dreams, our fantasies, spirituality, our imagination, divine inspiration, charity, donations, unconditional love, and our hopes and our ideals. Saturn is quite different in nature. It rules over foundations and structure, boundaries, our work ethic, discipline, if I didn't say that already, karma, time, like the passage of time itself. Our duties, leadership, and our high-level responsibilities. Okay, so having these two planets come together in a conjunction at 0 degrees of Aries, which, by the way, is like the raw potential in astrology, or raw potential of everything, not just astrology. It's just that this is the very beginning of the zodiac, 0 degrees Aries, right? So basically, this talks about there being some sort of legacy that you're wanting to create, some sort of new 35-year cycle that is starting, and this can relate to any of those aforementioned themes and topics. But the thing is, it's not going to be built in just a handful of weeks or months. This is like over time, over several years. What are you working towards? And because Neptune is here, it's almost like making things murky, so you may not even have a clear idea of what this new beginning is for you in the month of February. It might take a few more months for this situation to really reveal itself to you, but certainly I would be taking note of what are you investing in, what are you purchasing, what new valuables are you coming into possession of, or assets, plus anything to do with cooking, farming, agriculture, property, or even like your own self-esteem and how you care for and nourish yourself, because that'll give you a hint as to what you're building, what you're working towards over these next many years actually. So this can be financial independence, financial freedom, the procurement or the attaining of certain possessions, valuables, minerals, maybe a collection of things. Maybe you're wanting to exhibit art or put on an art exhibition in the years to come. Maybe you are wanting to start working in or building a career or building up your knowledge and expertise in something to do with farming, agriculture, nature itself, or perhaps cooking, herbology, plant medicine, herbal medicine, right? Or maybe this is the beauty industry, right? Because the second house does rule over beauty, hair, makeup, how you style yourself. And Neptune is very much associated with beauty as well as fashion and design. So maybe this is a future in design, in architecture, in, like I said, the beauty, fashion, hair and makeup world or industry. And also for some of you, maybe this is to do with diet. Okay, so this can be like a personal diet that you are wanting to I guess adopt, right? Maybe this is like becoming a vegetarian, becoming a vegan, or creating or curating some sort of nutrition plan for other people. Maybe this is to do with your work. Maybe you're a naturopath, or you're looking at pursuing a career in being a nutritionist or as a naturopath. Okay, so it would be remiss of me not to mention finances, wealth, being an investor, maybe into crypto. So maybe this is like a career in one of those aforementioned areas, like wealth management, insurance, and that kind of thing, or something to do with like government work and policy as it relates to farming, agriculture, the distribution of wealth, assets, resources, and so on and so forth. So Saturn rules over your 11th house and your 12th house. So this can be about your I guess views when it comes to human rights and activism and how you show up in the world and your socioeconomic goals and your own future that you're wanting to work towards. Okay, so if you are wanting more information, I highly recommend that you do go ahead and watch my Saturn in Aries video plus my Neptune in Aries video, because I do about 10 to 15 minutes of predictions per sign, and that will give you a very comprehensive understanding of these two transits, Saturn in Aries and Neptune in Aries. On the 26th of February, Mercury will station retrograde in Pisces at 22 degrees in your first house, and that will run back through till 8 degrees. Mercury will be direct once more on the 20th or the 21st of March, depending where you live in the world. Okay, so this can see you wanting to refine or change your appearance, how you carry yourself, how you express yourself. Can I give you some advice? Every time Mercury is retrograde in my first house, I'm like, oh, I want to get a haircut. I want to do this. I want to do that. Just hold off on the haircut, you guys. Mercury's in detriment. It's in full in Pisces. This is not the time to do a full-blown makeover. It's definitely a time to crack out things from the back of the wardrobe. Like, oh, that dress, I haven't worn that in 10 years. I want to, like, wear this again. Or maybe you want to make some amendments, like some changes to existing articles of clothing. On a different note though, this can see you going back to a communications piece, a written piece. Maybe this is to do with like films, documentary, anything to do with writing, social media, websites. This can be a very busy time for you when it comes to revising those, giving them a bit of a facelift, giving them a bit of an overhaul. I would just say be extra careful with devices, because they do have the tendency to break down or just not function properly during the Mercury retrograde. So the next day we do have the Sun conjunct the North Node. So this is the 27th of February in Pisces in your first house at 8 or 9 degrees, depending where you live in the world. So this can be a time where you want to take bold action as it relates to your career, something creative that you're wanting to create. This can be an exciting new career opportunity that's coming through. Ultimately, there's some sort of challenge that is baked into the cake of the Sun North Node conjunction. So maybe you're wanting to take a bit of a risk, explore your creative gifts further, and just maybe even like present yourself in a more authentic way, which is kind of like radical or real departure from how you used to present or come across. So there's definitely this energy of wanting to do like an overhaul of yourself, of your physical appearance, of how you carry yourself. I see you wanting to make really big, bold changes, especially in the last few days of the month. Also on the 27th, we will have Mars in Aquarius in your 12th house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 3rd house. So this can actually be quite helpful when it comes to overcoming self-sabotaging behaviors and tendencies, maybe a desire to, fall into escapism or escapist habits. But Mars in Aquarius square Uranus in Taurus is like, no, we're not doing this anymore. Instead of withdrawing or hiding away when we feel spurned or rejected or unloved, I'm going to reach out. I'm going to be bold. I'm going to call my friend or text my friend or, share my true feelings with another person. And Uranus in the 3rd house, that person can be a sibling, an extended relative, a friend, a neighbor, a client, a co-worker. Okay, so lastly, on the 28th, we've got Mercury retrograde in your 1st house, conjunct Venus at 22 degrees Pisces. Okay, so this can be a time where you're feeling extremely creatively inspired, divinely inspired, wanting to revisit former projects. This can be a time where you are talking to people from the past, like a blast from the past. And this could be the 27th, the 28th, even the 1st of March. But certainly it's the most active on the 28th of March. So just take note of any downloads that are coming through, any like creative projects that you're working on, inspiration that you're having, because it could be an idea that is very, very fruitful, although it may need a little more fine tuning, like refinement, right? So Pisces, that's all I have for you for your February horoscope. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. And if you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook as well if you're wanting to see more regular updates from me. And of course, if you want a personal reading, a private one-on-one reading, you can head to Caistrology.com or the link in the description box below. Wishing you many blessings for this exciting month ahead. Happy birthday again to you Pisces suns, and I'll see you guys in March.